ぞれの思い秘めた星の守り手は空からの呼ぶ声に導かれた。重ねる手と手には言葉なんかより伝わることがある。熱い心通じ合った確かなレゾナンス見つけるのはエッセンス目指した意識の先がディスティネーション。答えが見えなくてくじけそうになって支え合い誓い合う絆でつなぐシャイニースマイル。心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道を開く鍵は My Starlight Heart。 So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
Awakened in ruins to the echoes of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen and blood-washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you
Hello everyone and welcome to the LPL. We have the lower bracket final and we're giving away the final MSI ticket. One more left for one of these teams to claim. We have JDG going up against Top Esports, and by the end of the day, one will be off until summer and the next one will be representing our region in the international stage, but also they'll be going up against BLG in the grand final. I'm Jeannie, your host, joined on the analyst couch area.
Lounge.
That's what we called it,
Yeah.
yes. With Naimara and Trouble. Good morning. It's like 11:15. Gamer hours-ish.
Well, it's a bit weird, but we've got like time zones and stuff too. You know, we're halfway across the world from the action, but it doesn't feel like we could be any closer to it as well. We're still like completely packed in there.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you missed the previous one, JDG versus Top Esports, don't worry. This repeat is going to be a banger for sure.
Absolutely, but last play day as well, which is not yesterday, even though it might feel like it, we had Top Esports going up against BLG, and we were absolutely spoiled. Coming into this, we said potentially BLG were the favorites, and we said they could be taking this away, but it was a 5-game series.
And the thing about LPL is that it often has a way of surprising us with taking what we think will be a good series and making it out of nowhere a great series. BLG were really pushed.
Absolutely. I feel like this particular series had everything. It had your typical Top Esports 50-50 Barons, even though we're ahead. We had BLG stealing it. We had BLG not being able to capitalize on stealing this Baron and ended up losing the series over this Baron that they stole. And of course, the astonishing backdoor over in Game 5, which actually left everyone speechless.
Yeah, and there's a lot that we can learn from this. I think we're finding out a lot about LPL late playoffs meta in terms of, turns out there's a lot of different AD carries which are seemingly like permanently like going for kill lanes, or if they're going to be completely banned. I think we're learning a lot about that. We'll see if that will impact today as well. But both of these teams showed very high levels of ability to skirmish, of ability to team fight, and macro as well.
You know what? Earlier on in the split, there were some games that were snoozers and your occasional best of threes, right? But when we came here, I will echo what you said, Alex. It felt like every single time from the get-go, this bot lane getting ahead was the name of the game, and it has sort of like evolved into, I don't want to say quote-unquote better AD carry wins, but it has been a bot diff in a lot of the series.
I mean, I just don't want to hear any of you AD carry mains out there say the role this week. Just watch these players, man. Just watch these players.
Yeah, but this is different because here your team actually pulls every single one of the resources into bot lane, and if that doesn't work, then you have your top laner popping off.
Yeah, this was the real cherry on top for the series as well. I think LPL players so far, it has been an absolute treat to watch. We have had a ton of 5 games. I think we've had, what, 5 or 6 full game bangers so far.
And today's going to be no different. That's something to look forward to. But particularly when we're looking at BLG going up against Top Esports, what I really liked about Top Esports is the fact that they were very adaptable. They tried to like throw a little bit of creativity here and there, but unfortunately that wasn't enough because BLG are the one that advanced in this bracket, and they're going to be the ones going to the grand finals. They're sitting there, they're chilling, they have their ticket punched in for MSI, but it's Top Esports that are fighting for a chance of survival.
They are, and now we have JDG Top Esports as our battle for 2nd and 3rd place. I think that's pretty reasonable to expect that coming into this year and then coming into our top 4 as well. We kind of expected that. The fact that Top Esports versus BLG was so close and that potentially that JDG have a chance to push Top Esports now, though, that's where we're starting to finish off this equation, though.
I just want people to look at Game 8 where it says Top Esports versus JDG,
Oh, yeah.
clean 3-0. I think JDG are going to come back for vengeance.
Close your eyes.
Don't look.
History doesn't need to repeat itself, but for Top Esports particularly, I think this is such an instrumental game because at the end of the day, winning this means they get their first ever chance to get that golden ticket and go to MSI, whereas for JDG, they're a team that are going to be missed internationally if they don't make it. So there's a lot on the line here, and LPL historically great at MSI.
And this is why it's so important. This is the stakes. If you qualify for MSI, you're putting yourself up with a couple of select few teams which have shaped league history. LPL has won the majority of MSI tournaments ever since its inception in 2015 when EDG with Pawn and Deft lineup won that one. JDG won last year. There's a lot on the line here.
And I feel like there's a lot of expectation from both of these teams, right? JDG are holding the crown currently for 2023 MSI. They definitely want to be returning and
defend their title.
Defending it, absolutely. And for Top Esports, we said it was a flop in 2023. There is no way this team does not make MSI this year, so everything is on the line for them.
Yeah, and BLG, particularly the team that's in the finals, they were the favorites, but still, you want to put yourself in the mix there. You really want to make sure that at the end of the day, when you're going to that finals, you lock yourself for MSI, but you also have a chance to once again get a title for regional leagues, which is what's really important as well, because we're looking at a team like JDG. They have a lot of those under their belt, but then when you're looking at Top Esports as well, they're no strangers to each other, because this is like 3-peat, 4-peat, 5-peat, 27
add more fingers. Add more fingers to it.
So if we are looking at the great rivalries in League of Legends, I think we have T1 Gen G, which is of course being played right now. We have Fnatic G2.
Yeah.
We have, of course, we have JDG versus Top Esports here in the LPL.
We have
recent
all
years.
the great ones in one day.
It's absolutely fantastic. This is a great day to be a League of Legends fan. And I think particularly here in the LPL, this matchup has defined so much of the recent era of LPL.
Yeah.
I feel like when you prompted me to go and watch a lot of the finals between these two teams, it was actually...
I had some homework to give you guys.
I did my
they
homework,
were great.
okay?
They were great.
It was actually mind-blowing because not only was like toe-to-toe series, every single one of them, but there was always so many different metas and swaps that came through it. It feels like these teams know each other inside and out.
Yeah.
And these teams have played 3 LPL finals against each other. Of course, they won't be able to do that this time around because they're here in the lower bracket. One of them has to go home before
still
that
a final,
finals.
just
But it's still one of them. And the fact that they've been so close after all that time, one game between them over history between all different tournaments, only a couple of series in it, and really just kind of splitting the difference between it. This matchup cannot get any closer. This first clip's from 2020 spring, got a couple from 2020 summer as well. And you can see a lot of the similar faces in here. A lot of the names around them have changed, but we still have Jackalov, we still have Kanavi, so many of these names we know.
Yeah, absolutely. 200 years of experience with the Aphelios back then. And again, I want to go back to these teams know each other inside out because it has been so many different metas. We had the Yumi Misfortune, we had the Aphelios, we had lane swaps between mid and top lane going around. We had the 50-50 Barons. Like, if there's any teams that know how they want to play, it's them, especially with a lot of returning faces when it comes to the rosters.
And that's why it's really important to put this into context, right? This is a game of the here and now, but there is history behind it, which many of these players have witnessed. And, you know, so many of these players are still there on the rosters now after all this time.
Yeah, that's something to keep in mind as well when it comes to the history behind both of these rosters, not just when it comes to the banners that they're playing under, but the players as well. Well, both of these teams are absolutely star-studded with international titles, with regional titles. You cannot go wrong.
I mean, Kanavi has been keeping the seat warm for Yagao. Yagao left, Yagao is coming back, but he's been through all of these series that we just saw on our screens. And if we swap over to Top Esports, okay, you know what? Our producers are freaking incredible. Thank you so much. And if we swap over to Top Esports, 369 is also back to reclaim that spot as well. So it's fantastic to see a lot of the remaining faces. Of course, Jackalov was there all along.
Yeah, it was something which I've been talking with Munchables about a lot too, because he's been around for a lot of the history from the casting side of things. And the big thing for him as a caster going into the series, like, wow, it's so cool to see these players going on a tour of the rest of the LPL, then finally returning home to continue the matchup.
You know, gotta sniff out the competition a little bit every now and then. You gotta see what's up on the other side. But I think, again, historically, this is such a great matchup for the LPL particularly, but in general for the international stage as well. Because what's on the line? You have the MSI ticket, you have a chance at Grand Final and getting another LPL title when we're looking at JDG particularly. You're going up against BLG, I think, for both of these rosters. A little bit of a revenge match in that regards. I mean, JDG, BLG being that MSI final last year. So there is just the amount of excitement that this game brings particularly is never ending.
It's one of the real special things about this when you talk about like JDG, BLG. It was an MSI final, it was a spring final. They played like 8 times across the year or something. Of course, JDG took like all of them last year. We've only seen BLG win this matchup this time.
Might be another final now.
Maybe, we'll see, right? But there are so many scores to settle, and that calculation, that equation is constantly updating itself. And of course, the last time we updated Top Esports versus JDG, it wasn't as close as those stats we put up maybe suggested earlier.
Yeah, and I actually wanted to pull a few clips from that series because Top Esports looked so freaking dominant, and I just wanted to break down why. I feel like Mako and Jackalov were actually on a different planet in this particular series. They took the 2v2 over to Ruler and Missing, and yes, that comes down a lot of the times to the draft and the picks that they ended up having in their hands. But due to that bot lane pressure, Top Esports were able to actually confuse JDG and pull them thin on the map. As you can see, with that bot lane pressure, we'll see in the next clip coming up, they'll start pulling TPs to actually try and punish Jackalov. And this will pull JDG very thin on the map. As you can see here, Jackalov puts the pressure onto Ruler. Flanger then pulls TP to try and punish Ruler. This won't work. And then suddenly, your support is in base for JDG, your jungler tries to walk in to back you up, and this is a very confused JDG, which is very uncharacteristic of them.
Yeah, and this is something that we cannot afford to see today from JDG. So when we're looking forward to, this is the last time they faced up, and if we do want to see ourselves one of these other 5-game bangers that we've seen in playoffs and between these teams over history as well, Top Esports, they'll be looking to reprise this kind of coordinated response, which they also showed against BLG as well. But JDG, they cannot afford to have Ruler in a position position where he can't play the game, or in some of these drafts as well, which we'll talk a little bit about. It feels like he's trying to get towards 2 items and just can never reach there because top esports have JDG and something like that Varus, which is so strong.
I'm not gonna lie, I have been a little bit wary of JDG, especially since their past 2 series. Teams that have pulled wins off of them have been through team fighting, and we have been praising JDG's team fight for the longest time right now.
Actually pretty insane, right? Given that's their specialty.
Exactly, that's their specialty, and it feels like the wins that have been pulled against them were not through cheese, were not through dominant early game. It was through pulling them thin through this team fight. So it's a huge fit for the team that gets to pull up a victory against them.
Yeah, something that we commemorated top esports on, particularly against their series in BLG, was the fact that they were very comfortable throwing curveballs. Through every single draft, you didn't really know what you were going to get. You didn't really know how top esports was going to look forward to playing it, but BLG was so great at adapting to it, which is something that we cannot necessarily say about JDG.
Especially in this series, I think that against NIP, they did better, but they cannot afford to show what they showed against top esports the last time around. Particularly between game 2 and 3, you'll notice that the drafts are very, very similar.
However,
the only thing we have is an Alistair band out. We said, oh, that's obviously the problem between game 2 and 3.
Of course it was.
Well, it wasn't. They lost 0-3. They got stomped. And I think that JDG today against top esports cannot allow top esports to just win through draft.
And I feel like highlighting the other side of the coin, which is top esports, look at the dynamic mid-jungle duo they have. They've got Ari Vi twice. They've got Ari Viego on the first game as well.
That was not the issue.
And for the love of League of Legends, allowing Jaculov to play his legendary poke Varus 3 times in a row without having a response to it. We saw how much TES had to dig deep into how they want to play the game in their series versus BLG when BLG banned that Varus 5 out of 5 games.
Yeah, Varus particularly is a champion that you might not want to see Jackie Love, and unless you're a Jackie Love fan, right? Then you're like,
there are a few out there, I hear.
Yeah, I've heard so too. But particularly when we're looking at both of these teams, we've talked about their team fighting as well and how good top esports has been at the curveballs. They've been great at team fighting. JDG, if anything, is their specialty, but a lot of this team fighting comes around giving that AD carry the resources needed early on to then allow them to just pop off.
Allowing an AD carry to team fight is a team affair. Now, the champion pool and the draft comes into this a lot as well. Now, you can see from this, and there are a lot of caveats to this. This is what has been played in playoffs. We see stuff like the Xayah and the Kalista and the Zeri for Ruler. Of course, these are still champions that are played by JDG. He could pull them out today. But in terms of priorities that we've seen in playoffs so far, JDG has been playing lane bullies. Varus, Lucian, Draven. Ruler has been playing bits of them as well. But this Zeri in particular has not been that successful, and it doesn't do well in lane.
And it speaks a lot in terms of how the both of these teams want to win. We mentioned that top esports thrive through that bot lane pressure, so the Lucian, the Varus, and the Draven make absolute sense. Yes, he looks like a Draven OTP, so what? He's very willing to blind pick that one just because of how effective he is in lane. However, on the other hand side, if you have a Ruler, you are playing for this team fight, you are playing for the 2 to 3 out and power spikes.
I think when we're looking through to this series today, bot lane champion pool and how it works through the draft is going to be absolutely key. I think that there's every chance to see JDG pulling back the center again. He's a big player of that. He's a huge Kalista player over history. Of course, Ruler has had such a big champion pool as well. This doesn't have to be hard and fast, but if they don't adapt from earlier in playoffs, particularly on the side of JDG, this could be what wins or loses the game.
Then when you're looking particularly at the draft side of things, especially when it comes to JDG and their lack of adaptability, and we're seeing them having that Ari Vi, Ari Viego combo open, what are you expecting teams here to prioritize on that first rotation of the bans? Do you want them to take the AD carries out of the pool? Do you want them to make sure that they don't get the mid laners that allow them to roam and set up the AD carries? Which one would it be?
Really depends on who is blue side and what they're banning on blue side. So the equation that we saw between BLG and top esports in their series was effectively when top esports were on red side, they wanted to ban out the Ahri, but they also wanted to ban out the Kalista, the Lucian, and the Varus. You can't do all of them.
Yeah.
That's 4 bans. That's more than 3.
Quick maths, we're counting here.
So if you're on blue side and you want to ban away the lane dominant AD carries, you can ban away like 2 of them, leave the third one to be left up, and then the red side can then kind of complete that trio. You can't really do that on red side. For me, blue side is going to determine the flavor of the draft, particularly when it comes to those AD carries.
I feel like when it comes to these both teams, they're very willing to be one AD carry no matter what. We've seen so many blind Kalistas, blind Dravens, blind Lucians when you have Ruler, especially on blue side, Varus as well.
Blind Draven hasn't worked out the best.
The Draven has not worked out the best, but I feel like when Jaculov feels his best, he's really good even at blind picking. Like, this is his champion. champion. Namir has mentioned before, like he was the Draven streamer beforehand, and he showed his expertise on the Rift as well.
Man, it's so weird to think. Jackaloff has kind of become the top esports guy for a while now, which is kind of strange because it was Knight for the longest time. They even did the logo of top esports, the Knight's helmet was after Knight. Then Knight leaving this roster meant that someone else had to pick up the reins. Luckily, they had someone who'd been there for a very long time. 369 also qualifying too. He's come back to the roster. But Jackaloff, you know, before he was on Victor's Gaming and won his world championship, he was a Draven streamer that streamed to, you know, 50, 60,000 people. And then someone in his chat said, hey, well, if you're so good, why don't you go play professional? Why don't you go do that? He won a world championship with it. And
He's like, hold on a minute, let me just for a second.
Challenge accepted.
So, you know, even before that, you know, before he was a pro player, we had Ruler winning his world championship in 2017 as well, which is that we've got 280 carries with such a large amount of history. Of course, that's Ruler on your screen as well. I think that Ruler, I think there is a question which we've had actually off-air a lot in terms of what's his current level of form at. This time last year, maybe the best player in the world. He's not that right now. Still great, but he's not at that level. And I think Jackaloff right now is eyeing up his chance to be definitively best AD carry in the league, maybe.
That was actually my concern, because looking at the champion pool that we showed earlier on, I'm like, Jackaloff on his current form, he's not going to let you reach the 2 items. He's not going to let you reach the 3 items on your Zeri, on your Zion, whatever team fighting champion you want to play. So I feel like it's gonna rely a lot on, do we see Ruler go back to the Lucian Namis, to the Lucian Milius, and try to take that 2v2 head on.
Yeah, but when we're looking particularly at AD carries, especially the Lucian Nami, it's not necessarily down to the AD carry player themselves to be the one setting themselves up for success. It's down to the resources being pulled into them. So would you say Ruler, when it comes to maybe not the same form as last year, is due to the team as a whole generally not given the resource, or is it rather them not being able to snowball when the resources are given?
They absolutely give resources towards bot side. They absolutely do. And particularly when they have Flandre starting in top side, that's kind of been a lot of the go signal to say we are playing bot side instead of playing top side. Sheer, I think, is a bit more someone you need to prop up a little bit. Now, he's very, very good in kind of playing through lane dominance. It is a whole team affair.
Yeah, and with that, we're ready to head into the first game of the series with the final ticket of MSI on the line. We have our lovely casters, Munchables and Lyric, to cover this one, so guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. Great little, I was going to say death segment, lounge segment there to intro. I'm joined by Lyric, and we've got a 2020 matchup coming your way. So it seems only right that we have our 2020. Hey, Ginny. Welcome back to the show. We're going to the stage. We're getting straight into this one, Lyric. JDG and Top Esports going at it again.
Yeah, right. You just said it. So much history, whether 2020, 2022. Well, 3 days ago when their last matchup happened. Honestly, you could even go further back than that. Both these teams entering the LPL in 2017 summer. Top Esports, Stan Gaming at the time, promoting, back when we had promotion relegation. Funner times. Maybe not better times.
Dan Gaming, that brings back memories, that just as a phrase in general.
Right?
And it's Top Sports.
Same for JDG, right? Coming in, buying the spot from QG, which, people might think all the way back, Dwinby being on that roster, and then, with the swap over to JDG, all these years later, Yagao, Kanavi, just so much movement, and it's been nice to see two orgs kind of have that slow ascent towards the top, and now be able to keep up the rivalry for so many years.
Yeah, it's so exciting in the context of that rivalry. There's a more specific rivalry that I want to talk about as well, because JDG and Top Esports, historically, it was always Knight and Yagao, right? That was always the big story. But there's a new rivalry in the LPL that's been brewing, because last spring, in the first elimination match of the double elimination, it was BLG versus OMG, and it was Cream being knocked out of playoffs, his best ever playoffs setting until this year. And he was knocked out by Yagao. Now he gets an opportunity. Now he's on a bigger roster. He's on Top Esports, and he's up against Yagao, who has returned home to JDG.
Exactly, and it's going to be such an important matchup. You look back at that last series with how pivotal Cream was with the charms on Ahri. If he can do that today, hell, Yagao had such a hard time of stopping him in that last series, so we're going to have to see Yagao really pull out the works. But hell, if there's someone you can count on in some of these high-pressure moments, right, it is Yagao. He has been able to deliver on the biggest stage of them all for JDG in the past.
It's true, and I feel like Yagao is one of those, that you see him on your screen now. He's one of those players that when it comes to the most important moments, he so often has a huge play. He's not a player that you think of as being like the absolute carry mid laner that's going to carry you every single game, but when it matters the most, he always steps up. And some of the moments he has had across this playoffs have been insane.
Yeah, I'm still thinking back to the Weibo series when he had that huge 4-man Tibbers setting up for Flandre to get the Rek'Sai quadra kill. So it's those supportive plays you're looking towards for Yagao. But now that kind of does bring us up to Flandre versus 369. Last time 369 able to get the better of him, but Flandre has had some incredibly hot moments in playoffs. I mean, hell, he picked up the first 3 MVPs that JDG got in all of playoffs.
Yeah.
We know it's, does lean a bit on the Rek'Sai.
Yes, he does.
He's been able to make it work.
I will say as well, the one concern I've got in that top lane matchup is Flandre's looked pretty good this playoffs, except when he's against 369. That matchup specifically, it did feel like 369 pretty much had his number. I'm sure we all remember the 2-9 game that occurred. Yeah. We'll say no more, but yeah, I am a little bit nervous for Flandre up top. And also, we were talking backstage a little bit about the fact that Flandre has been playing for the whole of playoffs. Towards the end of the split, they brought in Sheer for JDG, and Sheer actually looked really good on the top side. I was a little surprised that we've not seen any of Sheer across the course of playoffs, but it feels like JDG are confident and happy with locking Flandre in on the roster, not changing anything up.
I mean, he's incredibly proficient on the Rek'Sai. You can see he's super comfortable on the TF. Those are the 2 big champions that jump out for him. So, at least in regards of what the meta has been for playoffs, it completely makes sense why they're bringing him in. But he's going to have to be able to do better, like you said. And, he did get a little bit camped, especially in that last game of that last series when he had the terrible scoreline. But the thing is, that's why it's kind of rough for JDG looking at the day, because in that last series, it felt like they got outclassed across the board. Top was losing, Cream was being more impactful than Yagao. We had Tien able to take advantage of that, and especially in the bot lane, the Des was really hammering that home. But it really feels like TES have figured it out of just consistently going for these very aggressive 2v2 duos that give them an advantage. JDG weren't opting into that last time, and because of that, Jackie and Mako were able to get the better of them every time.
Yeah. You see the roster for top esports on your screens here as well. Like, it feels like spirits are high. Everybody's sort of laughing and giggling, big smiles on everyone's faces, except for Cream in the mid lane. Everyone else is vibing, but when you look at this roster and the sheer level of experience for everyone aside from Cream, like, we have actual world champions, we have MSI champions, we have literally greatest players in the world conversationalists.
We have legends of the game, like Jackie Love, Jackie Love Ruler. Like, these guys are going to go down as absolute legends of the game.
You look at the mid lane, and Cream very much is standing out like a sore thumb as the new kid on the block. And I feel like a series like this that will qualify you to finals, but also will qualify you to MSI. This is how Cream puts his name in that list.
I agree, and I mean, this is a split to do it. I was off the Cream hype train last year. It's like, all right, you can play a Kali, you can play the Silas. A lot of these champions, great, but it either has to just work hard enough that your team wins, and then, sure, you have the quirky champion pool, but the doubt isn't there, or you need to expand. And this year, Cream was able to do just that. The Karma looked great. He picked it up on the Azir. I mean, you were talking earlier, you were really hyping up his Sway, like, just so many different champions that we weren't seeing Cream able to really perform on efficiently. He's been doing so tremendously this split.
Yeah. The only player out of all 10 today that hasn't been to an international. We'll see how he performs here in the lower bracket. As remember, whoever loses goes home, misses out on finals, misses out on MSI, and has to wait until summer. The winner of this series gets the honor of playing against BLG in the finals. And I've got to be honest, whoever goes into that finals, they are going to have their work cut out. But today is an opportunity to show what you are made of, to show that you deserve that finals. And to be honest, in my opinion, and I think you share the opinion, Lyric, like, winning the LPL is more important than making it to MSI for a lot of these players. Like, that Silver Dragon Cup, so valuable, especially for top esports who really haven't won it that many times.
No, I mean, hell, we have to go all the way back to 2020 to go back to TES picking that up. They have been finalists so many times. They always get so close. But sadly, again, really being able to make it over the finish line has eluded them.
I will say, BLG a similar story last year, so that certainly could lead to something exciting in finals, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's focus on game number 1 because we are heading into Champion Select for Top Esports versus JDG, the modern classic of the LPL, and straight off of the bat, Jackie Love sheer aggression.
Yeah, so we see interesting bans coming out, not leaning on, similar to the BLG, of taking away all the aggressive AD carries. So we're going to see what trade is able to come through. I love the idea of going towards Italia. You'd expect the Rek'Sai prio to be pretty high as well, especially with TF being taken off the board. Again, those have really been the two bread and butters for Flandre on JDG.
Interesting to see the Zeri priority still there for Ruler. It did not work out for them in the previous series between these two teams. We'll see if the strategy has changed slightly today. A lot of criticism levied towards that team on their inability to adapt across the draft. We'll keep our eyes on that across today. The Nami locked in alongside the Lucian though, and then Azir into the mid lane.
Now for JDG, like I said, I feel like if they'd be following the trends they've shown so far, to be getting Flandre on his comfort pick right here. Also could look to potentially lean towards support, you know, get that Lulu like they're now hovering to just be able to answer in that bot lane 2v2 matchup. But I do have some fear because like we were talking about, it really feels like TS figured it out of just picking more aggressive, you know, scale a bit earlier like the Lucian and be able to just hammer out through the bot lane. So we're gonna have to see Ruler and Missing really step it up to not just get completely outmatched by Jackie Love and Mako.
I'm quite glad it's Zeri Lulu, not Zeri Rel. We saw Zeri Rel 3 times in the previous series. It didn't work. I'm really glad that we're not just seeing that again. And a different mid laner from Yagao as well compared to that previous series. I'm looking towards that top lane, and you know, you were already talking about the potential of that Rek'Sai. I'm a little bit nervous if JDG lock in the Rek'Sai, because with Top Esports banning the TF, which has been a really good answer into the Rek'Sai, I feel like they want Flandre to pick it. I feel like Top Esports might have some of their sleeves here.
I mean, the question is if they'd go back to that Urgot, right? Or if JDG would want to preemptively take that away right now. Because then if so, right, you're kind of falling back to those generic tanks. The 369, of course, feels very confident to pull out at any time in any matchup. But no, instead going to deny the Poppy instead. So they're saying, hey, they are not afraid of anything 369 can pull out to answer.
I think it's going to be a Nocturne ban. I think they're going to try and get rid of any junglers that can deal with the side lane. No, okay, so it's Zhao. I was going to say, like, maybe it's another, like you say, Urgot, maybe with a Quinn angle again if a Renekton comes out. But it looks like it will be that Rek'Sai for Flandre. Not too surprising there. Perhaps leaving it until last pick to see what's available.
Again, I'd be very surprised. You even think back to EDG's World Championship run, right? And Flandre very much lent on the graves. Like, Flandre will find his one favorite champion, and if it is up, he'll go to it. It makes sense. Rek'Sai incredibly strong right now. The prio gives you, even feels like it scales super well just as a generic tank. Now for TES, again, not a whole lot of great options to be able to play that through topside. If they go for the Sejuani, I mean, again, if they wanted to even go towards the Renekton, which does lose, at least you have some sort of pairing there, and just giving themselves more frontline. So this should allow Cream to hopefully not lean into that tankier engage Azir route and just let him provide pure DPS for TES.
Yeah. Of all of the champions that can punish Rek'Sai, I'd say the Sejuani's pretty good with the CC chain. Dare I mention it, it's being covered. We've already seen it once, and it was glorious. The Urgot is locked in again for 369.
And I'm surprised JDG didn't ban it like we were talking about in that last ban. Now for JDG, needing jungle. Right now, thinking about the Rel, they lock it in. So strong 5v5s, right? You have a lot of AoE coming out from the Rel plus the Talia to just give Ruler the space to unload. But still, TES, I like the 2v2 they're able to get in bot. You mentioned it, we saw 369 do great in this matchup topside. There might be a lot of prios that Tien can play with and really deny Kanavi from finding the aggression that he wants.
This will be 369's 10th ever Urgot game in professional play. He's won 6 of those 9 games played. And we saw one very recently going 5-1-3 up against Billy, up against Bin's own Rek'Sai in that top side. It's a matchup that it seems 369 is very comfortable on. We already talked about these top laners. We talked about how 369 has been incredible this year, and Flandre is up against it. And now 369 having the counter pick top as well. That feels like it could be a huge issue for JDG.
Yeah, I feel like if JDG get off to a lead, we saw in their last series that they were incredible at playing out the map through mid-game and being able to choke JDG out, not give them the team fights they were looking for. So a lot in my mind is going to be up to especially Yagao in this series with those Weaver's Walls to really unlock the rest of JDG.
We'll find out if they can unlock this map, if they can unlock their teammates, and if Ruler can scale into this game. Ruler leaning on the Zeri once more. They tried it 3 times against Top Esports in their first series against them, and they lost 3 times with the pick. But changing up the mid lane, the Rel going into the jungle this time, but all-out aggression on the bot side from Top Esports. It's time to get into this series, the modern classic of the LPL. It's Top Esports versus JDG in the lower brackets. Moving straight in to start with JDG, trying to get any information that they can. Missing has moved all the way forward in the lane, maybe to try and get a small advantage for the level 1 trade. But it looks like Jungle is going to be starting opposite here with Kanavi on the top side and Tien looking to start on his Raptors.
Yeah, so not really signaling much so far. They know exactly what Yagao's doing here. So Cream going to be able to find a decent trade, help more than a decent trade back. And right, looking at TES, we know it's really not going to be a game about mid, but okay.
I was going to say, I don't know how much you really want to straight up 2v2 at this point in the game, but Ruler,
I want to see it. You know, I wouldn't mind if we had some straight up 2v2s. But like you talked about, Missing taking a very aggressive position, just trying to find the better of the level 1, and this bot lane's really going to mean a lot.
Yeah.
Especially then if they could just start getting some turret plates on Jackie quite early. The nice thing for TS is Urgot is someone you could play around, give some pressure to, look for those ganks in top, but also very self-sustainable in that top lane, has the fleet footwork, and will be able to get through even without any jungle attention if Tien just dedicates his time to playing a bot side focused game.
Yeah. It feels like both side lanes are very self-sufficient, right? Very proficient at finding individual leads and have matchups where they can do that. Ruler diving over the wall to punish this early level 2 that they managed to achieve for themselves. Good trade as well as Missing steps forward, but gets ignited for his trouble and kicked away with just under 200 HP. Ruler still hammering away this entire time, but as level 2 is hit by Top Esports, Tien's moving into the bottom side of the map. JDG, they've got to be cautious. The ward now spots Tien as he moves in, but Ruler and Missing are in all kinds of trouble. Both flashes available, but that's all that remains. Knock-up onto Ruler as the stun is being stacked, and it's first blood into the hands of Jackie Love.
Jackie Love and Mako making JDG think they're getting the better end of the trade, and they pull Tien down. Great start for the bot lane of TES.
And I feel like Ruler and Missing wanted this so badly. They were pushing really hard to find an early advantage in this lane, but just overstepping the mark. And Tien, great pathing, understands that he can punish.
Exactly. I feel like a big part of it was JDG, Ruler, Missing knowing exactly how the last series went down and how dominant they were last year as a 2v2. Really trying to find the advantage early, not give Jackie Love and Mako any shot in this lane, but sadly, it ends up biting them in the end.
So let's take another look. I mean, Ruler, I love how aggressive they are at the level 2, right? Getting that advantage. I feel like they just overstayed their welcome on this.
Yeah, and you know, it's all going to TS's plan. I love how aggressive they're playing here, and the fact that Jackie Love goes back in for some trades. This should really be the tell that Tien was already gonna make his way down, and then the patience in which Tien plays this, right? Waiting, draws out the flash, keeps moving forward, and Ruler really just has no way of being able to escape. We can see the whole time too, Pryo in top for 369. We talked about it, can be self-sufficient and still be able to maintain pressure, not giving a whole lot of openings for JDG to look to answer.
Certainly not. It's a couple of dives forward and Missing once again as well. I'm expecting full-on aggression in this bottom side based on the first couple of levels that we've seen. It doesn't seem like Ruler and Missing are willing to give up any level of control. And that's one thing about Lucian Nami that people often forget. They think if this is an early aggressive lane, but it does take a few levels to really start to hit your big power spikes.
Yeah. Level 3, having that full combo online is really where it starts to kick off. And even then, I mean, once you hit first item, it is such a massive power spike. Maybe not the same as it used to be now that we are in the static Shiv meta, but still just such a ridiculous item. Once Jackie Love gets that online, really no way Ruler and Missing should be able to answer any trades in the 2v2. And so far, TS keeping it nice and simple. Tien should be able to get these scrubs pretty much uncontested.
And I have to say, one of the things that does give me cause for concern in this series is how good Top Esports macro has been across the course of the year. Because we think way back, you know, to Top Esports versus JDG, all the way back to 2020, it was like the Brains versus Brawn matchup, right? Where JDG were all about the macro, Top Esports were all about just outplaying individually. It feels like Top Esports maybe winning in both categories these days, although Kanavi at least finds one grub for himself. The two junglers just kind of look at each other from the backs of their mounts and then walk their separate ways. Ruler taking a hefty trade from Jackie Love.
Yeah, not going to be enjoying that. It was somewhat answered back by Mako, but as Mako showed them right after, he can always just heal himself. And the disparity is only going to be that much greater. But this is what we wanted, right? Yagao hitting the level 6 mark, Kanavi leaning through, which gives him even more of a window to start just hovering down in Fog of War, getting vision. And hopefully soon we could start seeing him really find an influence on the map. Again, Tien's pathing, though, does lead him to be down here, too.
No. Bad time to dash forward for Jackie Love. Dodges the laser here. Has flash available. And Kanavi just can't get in. There's not really a way to punish.
Yeah, not... I don't know. It looked like he was about to charge in with the dismount, but now Tien actually makes it down. Again, he was already on his way. Knew that JDG would be looking for a gank on this timing, but here we go.
I think we're just going to scrap here. Yagao's moving over and he's level 6. The Weaver's Wall available here is Yagao trying to win out the honey fruit battle on the top side. The bubble hits too, though. Tien moves in, but Tien's just not that tanky yet. And he ends up going down. The Weaver's Wall denies any follow-up from Top Esports.
Yeah, sadly, like you said, not having that beef, the Weaver's Wall completely sectioning him off, so really having nowhere that he could run. So JDG gonna welcome that pickup. Luckily, at least Tien didn't blow a flash or anything, so if he gets himself in a dicey situation again, it won't be as damning, but you're gonna be feeling really good about that, especially going on to Ruler.
Yeah, I mean, it couldn't be a better target for you, really, than the Zeri. Staying another look, because it felt like a bit of an odd fight, honestly. Top Esports positioning very aggressively. Yagao moves over, and him and Cream sort of have a bit of a back and forth. This bubble, I think, sort of baits Tien in a little bit.
Yeah, and all that damage going on to Kanavi, you see no Q when once the Weaver's Wall comes out. TS bot lane already has to start backing off, so even if the trade could have been somewhat equalized onto the Rel, no opportunity.
So unfortunately, no aftershock there for Tien, because he never got that Q off, he never stacked up his E, so just ends up being so squishy. Nice punish, though, from JDG. Great use of the Weaver's Wall from Yagao. Good to see Yagao getting out on the map early as well, even though he doesn't end up getting an assist for it. Like, that wall was obviously a crucial part in getting the kill onto Tien. The knock-up from it actually being a part of the CC chain, which I feel like Talia should get some assist for that.
Yeah.
Like, unless I just missaw it and it didn't actually hit the knock-up, maybe you do, but
I mean,
I'm pretty sure it knocked up.
Even regardless of what you're saying, it had an impact. It made it so Jackie Love and Mako really had no chance of even being able to return the damage. But now we got to focus on the Dragon, because it's been strange, right? I feel like playoffs so far, it's been a lot of really early 5 to 6 minute Drake takes. Start getting those stacked up right away if you're the more early advantageous team to force that earlier fight at Soul. But I guess with both teams having semblances of scaling, maybe not as much so as it would look for TS, with the fact that we do have Cream going that more like engaged, tank-oriented Azir route. But still definitely having some damage to lean on with the Lucian.
Wave in a really awkward spot with Kanavi in the area, but he clears the ward, walks away. They manage to kill the cannon, and it will be a reset coming through from Jackie Love and Mako, though that might just be the stacked Shiv picked up now. Or Jackie Love is 369 getting some really good trades. This Urgot is starting to come online, and Tien is moving up towards the top side. This could be an angle for 369. That Fear Beyond Death leveled. He's level 8 at this point. This is dangerous for Flandre as Tien starts to move in. Just lobs out the ult, gets a flash, and they'll just back away.
Yeah, I mean, getting a flash and a TP off of 1-0, I think you absolutely take that now. JDG making the correct response, trying to go right down to Dragon. But again, TS are on top of it. You know, hey, mid laner TP'd up here. They should have no ability to look for this objective and pushes them all the way down, which might even give TN the window to get all 3 of these and give TS 5 grubs.
It has been spotted here, as you saw Yagao dropping a ward. In the meantime, Kanavi wants an angle on the mid lane. Cream the target, Magnet Storm comes on in, the flick back is there as well. Can he get out with a shield? Empress defied, the dash, the shield, doesn't even need to flash.
No, he's doing completely fine. At the same token, we'll see how many... So TN only ends up being able to get up to 4. So sadly, not the 5 grubs that they were hoping for to get some of those bites online. But still, you'll take that Cream, not even having to lose a summoner.
Worth mentioning that even without the 5 or 6 grubs, like Urgot in a side lane later on, good lord, can he use those grubs to great effect. We'll see how much 369 actually gets to side lane, whether he's just going to have to be with the team, being a part of those team fights. I'm very I'm very curious about how this top lane matchup is going to go in the long run. Obviously, much better than the previous time we saw this matchup, where 369 was monstrously ahead. But there's still time. Top Esports haven't really been focusing on that top lane in the way they did last time.
No, and I think it should be fine regardless, especially Urgot, right? You have the percent HP damage coming out from your passive with the different shotgun legs. You have some nice consistent ways to be able to trade throughout the game, and he'll get pretty tanky himself. So should be able to continuously fare well in that 1v1. The thing about Flash Rate is going to be all that utility he's bringing with the knock-up and just the annoyance of his passive, how many times he can re-enter a fight. But we're refocusing around bot side. Both junglers about to meet up in river for this crab. But TS right now are the ones who have the first lean from mid. But JDG don't want to give this up for free.
I mean, they won one fight in this choke already this game. Good culling from Jackie Love, but Kanavi, without ult down, sees an angle potentially to fight. Ruler are missing a little bit chunked, but the wild growth does mean that they're relatively safe. Mako gets himself a bit of movement speed, but the Weaver's wall comes down. Mako might have the flash here, but the Polymorph denies it, and he's stuck in no man's land. JDG with a great pick.
Yeah, JDG able to catch Mako out. It feels like the Flash would have really had to preempt the play as you started to see the Weaver's wall come down, but that's going to lead JDG into being able to pick up the Drake. And it's nice, right? They're continuously able to defend their pink wards in that tri-brush, which constantly gives them the aggressive angle to be able to contest.
Really nice play from JDG. 2 Weaver's walls, 2 picks off of the back of them so far. And it leads to that Drake. Nice stuff from JDG. And they do have a ever so slight gold lead to start us off.
OTN, they want to keep reclaiming this vision. Again, they know these wards are around here, but JDG are still 3 members strong.
This feels aggressive, but Jackie Love has returned to the scene in that bottom lane. He's going to crash this wave on in as Mako. He's got an absolute feast for himself. 3 whole wards to kill all by himself. He's going to be happy with that one, but Kanavi's moving over, flashes away from the bubble, and back-to-back deaths for Mako. This time he flashes, but to no avail, and Top Esports are kicked out once more.
And nice planning around the aggression and the investment towards bonsai. Just the small inkling that they can burst him out before any help's going to be able to arrive. They get a summoner on top of it too. JDG coming in with a much better plan today than their first series.
This feels so much cleaner than the first series. And also the fact that Ruler is 2-1-1 on the Zeri. Like, you pick the scaling pick, and you're also sort of winning bot lane. I mean, maybe winning lane is a little, not quite the right phrase for it, considering how team-based it's been, but even still, you're ahead with a lead on a Zeri. You're going to be very happy with how this early game's gone.
And I feel like that's been the biggest pivot, right? It's been a lot of, like, reaction plays, counter ganks around that bot lane. Never really over-aggressing for too much themselves. Like, sure, they did in the 2v2 very early on, but since then, it's always been about calling Kanavi, getting Kanavi down there, and preempting what TES did to them last time.
Feels like they've come in with a really solid game plan. The question is, will it keep working? Because one thing we've seen consistently from Top Esports this year is that they're quite willing to be proactive and find creative ways to outplay on the map. That's been something that they've really excelled at compared to most teams in the LPL. And I do wonder, when we get to that mid-game, that's really been the strength for Top Esports. It's not been about just lane difference a lot of the time. It has been about macro. I want to see good macro from JDG. I want to see them be able to convert this small lead that they've got in the early game. Perhaps an angle for that would be the Drake that comes up in another 2.5 minutes time.
Yeah, and, you know, I think it's going to have to come off the back of a 5v5 fight so they can get themselves in an advantageous position where the Lucian is really having a lot of threat on the mid-wave contest. So whether it's going to be Herald now...
How is Jackie Lover ahead in gold? How the hell is Jackie Lover ahead in gold? I guess he's got a minor CS lead. Got a couple of plates as well.
Only one. I was actually going to bring that up, that surprisingly enough, I think this is like the least amount of plates we've seen taken in like the first 50 minutes in any of our latest series. I think it was only like one to both sides. There was one in bot for TES and maybe one in mid for JDG. Yeah, not a whole bunch of gold taken early.
TP's coming out as the Herald on the map here. Stun comes on through. This time the CC chain in favor of Top Esports, but Kanavi is so tanky in the triple flick back. Sets it all up, but Ruler's knocked in the middle of everyone. And 369, knee guns galore, is loving every second of this. Cream chasing off Flandre as Yagao desperate to escape with his life, but 369 ain't letting him go anywhere. Pulled back in and blasted to another realm.
Huge play by TES, coming out with 4 kills, only losing 2 of their own members. Honestly, though, much a bit of a highlight reel for both sides. And who came out with the Herald? JDG, yeah, Kanavi getting the smite in the end. We could see Yagao was the one who managed to pick it up before getting out.
If I really want to see the replay of that fight, because I'm pretty sure Yagao got a triple knockback to start that fight off. It looked like he was the one playing his ear to start the fight.
Yeah, you have like him going in at the same time as Kanavi and the shuffle really just being there. We're gonna get to see it from 369. Okay, never mind. We're not seeing it for 369's POV. Yeah, I think like you said though. So CC coming out right away, things looking good, but yeah, it starts off with Kanavi allowing the flick back with the seismic shove to come up from Yagao. Instantly, Cream tries to send them back, but look at this Urgot. 369 is left unattended on the back half of that fight and easily finds access onto the squishy carries.
Yeah, it was 369 getting into the backside, and Cream was still auto-attacking with soldiers the whole time, because yeah, sure, Rek'Sai is auto-attacking him, but like, how scared is Cream of Rek'Sai auto-attacking him? This is Grass Bazir, he's not exactly squishy, and just happily sat there, gets knocked back, gives him the opportunity to use his own ultimate, and counter Yagao's own knockback. So now, importantly, Ruler's still getting more gold off the back of these fights. 4-2-1 now on that Zeri, but it's 2 items for Jackie Love as the Drake spawns.
JDG do have Herald, so that's something we have to keep in mind to see if they try to use it to pull attention anyway, but no, they're actually just going to be behind, and it looks like they're saying, hey, it's fine, we've already gotten our 1 Drake. Again, we have this Zeri scaling that we can lean on, so we're just going to already start playing towards the opposite half of the map.
So Tienel's secured this. You can see Yagao moving up. Herald slammed into the mid lane. So mid lane tier 1 taken. It could be a top lane tier 1 as well. As you can see, both solo laners there for JDG. But that does open an opportunity for Top Esports to answer in the mid lane. And there are a couple of pings on towards that second tower as well. This could be an aggressive push forwards. The laser doesn't quite land. The Grubs paying dividends, and look at the damage that 369 is doing to this tower. Cream dives in looking for an ultimate, but it doesn't matter because it's missing, caught by the ult of TN. 369 charges forward. Top Esports get 2 towers and a pick.
And it's small moments like this where TES completely outplays JDG on the map. Like you said, getting so much, 2 turrets in mid, getting the kill, getting a Drake. What a huge swing for them when JDG had been slightly up in gold and keeping it competitive. We're going to see exactly how it all goes down. I mean, I love Tien waiting in the wings. They try to get the pick on Ruler. Aren't going to be able to manage. But the ult from Tien's enough to chain that into Mako's tidal wave and get the damage there. And hell, you know, doesn't really matter who the pick came across because you'd already gotten what you were aiming for anyway in those 2 turrets.
It does feel like the pick potential of this composition could easily be underestimated, but the CC chain you can pull off on 1 target off of the back of Tien's ultimate, and then the follow-up from like your culling, your Azir's long-range damage, all of the CC coming out from the Nami, but then 369, worst case scenario, you just get him to a 1/4 HP. Well, that's enough, because 369 will land his ult during the CC chain and grab that kill. So it does feel like this is a almost long-range assassination composition.
The person who has to really feel threatened is Yagao, right? Because Ruler's on the Zeri. Sure, there's a lot of CC on the side of TES, but it's not Vi ult, it's not Maokai throwing out his ult, which covers a wide range, right? All of it can be dodged if Ruler does play immaculately, or even just far back like we saw in the turret dive, right? Cream wanted to get him, but he couldn't. But Yagao, I mean, if they hone in on him, he really has no chance of getting out without his flash being up.
Yeah, Missing too, which is a scary prospect because Missing kind of struggled in the first iteration of this matchup this year. Or I say this year, obviously they played during the regular split, but of playoffs at least. I love that we get best of 10 between these two teams. It feels a little bit like Destiny, doesn't it?
Honestly, we can even like reference that series in regular season because people might find it strange of, hey, didn't JDG beat TES? Why you guys make it sound so TES favored? But back then was like right in the middle of all the Smolder hype, which kind of fit how JDG want to play perfectly because every game was Smolder versus Zeri or matchups along those, right? And that's where you can see JDG really thrive when they aren't getting pulled into that knife fight in the first 10 minutes of the game.
I kind of repressed that memory. I'm a little sad that you brought it up. I sort of was pleasantly...
Isn't it kind of weird though? Like,
unaware of Smolder's existence again.
Like how quickly it came and also how quickly it saw the door.
Yeah, it kind of just like completely shifted the standings and then went away again. The culling on Missing! Oh my lord! Jackulov nearly one-shots him just off of the culling alone.
Yeah, just being level 11 2 ranks in the ult. Crazy Last Whisper in tow as well, but not this large. I guess mandate on Mako like a whole lot of ways to make sure that Jackulov is getting out the prime damage. And I still feel like this power spike is really the bread and butter of Lucian's comfort zone.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say as well. It's like, this is where Lucian really comes into his own. This next, like, sort of 5-10 minutes is just so strong from Lucian. And this is also where Top Esports have been strongest as a team. This is the point in the game where they have really excelled across the course of this year, is this mid-game macro, their ability to play the map, their ability to really punish when someone misplays. Like, a lot of the plays that we saw in the previous series between these two teams, a lot of it was catching players from JDG out on map movements, just maneuvering better and predicting what JDG were going to do, and then punishing those tiny little mistakes.
We have seen those mistakes, you know, like rectified in a lot of ways by JDG today, which again is nice. We're seeing a very competitive game one. JDG still by no means down and out, especially now. Ruler going to be on the Navori. Really pivotal point for Azeri with how ability reliant you are. It's really just going to be about making sure you can keep him safe. We've seen the combos there of JDG being able to set up the fights, right? Kanavi, huge ultimate earlier on. You got obviously able to keep up with the seismic shove. We need to make sure that Ruler doesn't get lost in the shuffle like he did last time around.
Yeah, and I feel like the seismic shove from Yagao, while it was really good, sort of baited JDG in a little bit in the previous play. I think maybe overestimating their own burst damage and being punished for it. It's Top Esports now posturing towards this next Drake. It's Mountain Soul, which either team would be quite happy with. Plenty of frontline to work with. Top Esports making sure to clear as much vision as possible. JDG doesn't feel like they want to let this go without a fight. Jackulov dives in for a bit of poke.
They're gonna keep looking for it. I mean, with Yao's wall, there would be a world that could section them off, but they're exposing themselves to be engaged on.
Ult lands onto Flandre. Kanavi dives into the mix, but he's just not tanky enough. Gets in 1v5. The knock-up on Cream denies the ultimate and the polymorph as well. Flandre saving his AD carry as Ruler is trying to stack. The front to back continuing, but Top Esports still a man up, muscling forwards and return to the Drake.
It looks like they're hoping to get the resets out for their soul laners to TP them back in.
Jackulov gets to the other side of the wall. Mako finds a little pocket where he's safe. As now they dive back in once more. TP to return from 369. Flandre has been abandoned by the squad, and 369 dives in to find more. Missing the target as the slow lands onto everyone else as well. It's absolute cartilage carnage from the knee cannons in the middle of the fight. TN stops the escape as a triple comes through for Cream.
Huge on the Azir. Now it's going to end up with TES finally being able to get this Drake and actually stacking into a more meaningful advantage, right? I'm excited to see what item breakpoints TES are at now once these backs come off. And for JDG, man, I don't know why they felt so tempted to have to contest this when it's only Top Esports' second Drake.
It did feel a little over the top, didn't it? From the side of JDG, really wanting to stack Drakes of their own, perhaps, maybe just feeling the pressure, but Maybe it's just how personal this is. They didn't want to concede anything.
I mean, fighting in this choke point just looks so good while TES have full river control. Even Yagao really wasn't in place to be able to follow up with any meaningful damage. Missing does shut it down, like you pointed out with the polymorph, so Cream can't keep following through. And this is where you can tell JDG feel like, hey, like, they're split. They probably know that some of these resets are coming out despite they're not happening on Vision. But if you're going to go for it, then it's like you really have to decisively just pull the trigger to engage on one and try to create that numbers advantage before someone comes back. You give time for the TPs to be back, and 369 is just an absolute menace in the back line. While Cream can play a front to back because they are so split up by those TP positions.
Great fight coming out from Top Esports. Great flank coming out from 369. And one thing I noticed as well as the cunning comes on through once again from Jackie Love is Kanavi tried to flash in to protect Flandre. He was going for the big flash, Magnustorm crashed down, but as he went in, it was as TN was diving forwards with the Q. 369 getting so much damage down to the 1v3. We're just gonna flip Baron again, aren't we? Classic Top Esports as Kanavi trying to move forwards, tanking up for his team. Baron will reset.
I mean, you can tell TS, right? They just got the resets off. They have more items under the belt. Now Jackulov has that Lord Dominic's finished up. They are feeling good and ready to fight. JDG, though, not falling for it. I was surprised how much just 369 throwing out a Q every here and there, how much that was actually doing to them in that standoff. Not a good sign.
It's going to be tough, isn't it? 2-0-7 for him. But I want to talk about Cream's scoreline right here, 5-0-4. Remember, he's the new kid on the block in this series. He's the only player in the server that hasn't been to an international before. And if he wins this series today, he will make it to MSI. It'll be his first ever international. He's on a control mage, the thing that everyone said he could never do. And it feels like he's showing up to start us off today. Baron's still in darkness, 7K. As Top Esports peel and look for Kanavi. They really want to fight off the back of it. Magnustorm isn't going to do anything. And in he goes with the Emperor's Divide. Fear Beyond Death shuts down the Zeri. Metal is better than lightning. The culling comes through to finish up. Flandre, no, gets over the wall, but stunned in the end and will be eviscerated. Missing tries to escape on a blast cone, but it's enough for Top Esports to get Baron.
Even without 3 ultimates being up at the start of that fight, TS still find a way to come out on top. They've completely exploded this gold lead, and now with the Baron, it feels like they should just be able to completely take over the map. Like, how? Again, there's no Lucian ult, no Nami ult, Sejuani ult, nothing is there. But just having the damage to get right in, and then Cream, again, with such an explosive moment to get right on top of the Zeri. And Roller doesn't have time to react before 369's ult is already pulling him to his doom. The fight then goes on long enough to where we get the culling, we get the tidal wave coming back up, which allows him to clean up the back half of these kills. But it's like, man, if JDG didn't have the setup there, they're just not going to have it anywhere. But it really just goes to show how well TS are controlling these chokes, playing around the vision that they already have, and especially the vision that JDG don't, to set up 4 angles like Cream found right there.
Yeah, and I think crucially, peeling off the Baron and fighting. You've got the lead. There's no need to 50-50 these odds, and I think perhaps that's a learning from.
It's not very Top Esports of you, Joe.
It's not very Mojo either. But you know what? It is good for winning games, and Top Esports will be the benefactors of that one. For now,
look,
they've
in
got
my
Baron
mind,
for another 2 minutes.
They've tempered the aggression that they used to have. They're still aggressive, but not as aggressive. You got to keep one of the quirks alive and kicking. So since you've gotten rid of a bit of the aggression, you have to keep the funny Barons.
Yeah, I'm on board
How
for
it goes.
that. I'm very much on board for that. Did you see the amount of damage Cream was getting on that mid-lane tower as well? The grasp is here. Obviously, you get to run demolish. Top Esports, they see the Weaver's Wall, and they're just going to commit past it.
And
that's one of the downsides of the Talia ult. If you're behind, a lot of the time it can be ignored.
It's just like the last one, too, where it really has no function. And even in these situations, you could tell JDG, no idea what to do. Typically, you'd commit to one side of the fight, right? If Cream's mid, maybe you could send 2 people mid, try and pinch him down, or you go for the 5v4 bot side. But you can tell JDG no, that they really can't be able to take the front to back with where items are right now.
Konami gets a cleanse from his support. Magnustorm comes on through, but the front to back just isn't strong enough. Fear Beyond Death for a 5th kill for 369. The Urgot working out, the first pick Lucian working out, but more importantly, Cream stepping up. This is his year of control majors, and it feels like this is a victory lap here in game number 1. Magnificent performance as the Nexus is opened up. Jaculov survives. Ruler kicked into the backline, but he can't get any damage down, and the Nexus will be focused. Top Esports start strong in the series.
Immaculate game coming out from the solo laners. Again, just a great read of the map coming out from TES. I think as JDG, I'm going to be left questioning of, hey, the Rek'Sai plan was clear. A bit surprised he didn't respect the Urgot that we've already seen, but 369 had the time of his life on it.
Yeah. It felt a little bit like the kind of read of how to approach the game as well was a little bit odd from JDG. Contesting that, was it second or third Drake? The fight ended up going so terribly, and then the fights around the top side as well, where, I mean, 369, that's his playground on Urgot. Like, that sort of mid-game moment where you've already got your cleaver and you're just kind of flailing around in these fights. That's exactly what he wanted, and able to take away the game from it. We're going to head to a break, and then we'll head over to the lounge to break down what happened in game number 1.
When you know that you're the best and you really got nothing to prove. Yeah, you really got nothing to prove. 'Cause I'm allowed to be the fighter. Keep going for gold. Never give up until I do what I told you. I really got nothing to prove.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
Welcome back to the LPL, where top esports have secured themselves the first game of the best of 5 series, which will determine what second team will go to MSI. The last MSI ticket up for grabs here at the LPL as well, which make it just a little bit more exciting. But coming into this one, Nightmare particularly, we said that bot lane, the emphasis that both of these teams have in terms of pooling their resources is what we're going to be looking forward to, which was the case until it wasn't.
It's a strange game because, resources were thrown bot side. We initially planned to highlight what was going to happen in regards to, junglers heading down bot side, particularly TN, who you've had a lot of praise for as well in terms of his early pathing as well. Put a lot towards bot side and got a first blood there, but it didn't really feel like the AD carries were the main characters after a while.
No, I feel like it kind of shifted as the Dragons and the Void Grubs particularly came up, because both of the teams were able to pull all their resources there, and I felt like after one team fight, it completely broke open. We'll look at the minimap, we'll look at the board, and we see that Ruler has had so many kills. However, after this game one, I still have question marks on Ruler, on his Eri, with a bunch of kills on his name, and we'll see the clips later on. We need to see more.
Yeah, first we need to see who the MVP is particularly, because it feels like when we're looking at this series, we were looking particularly towards that bot lane, but it's instead a 369 on the Urgot, a phenomenal answer to the Rek'Sai.
And again, Urgot for me is a very historic LPL pick. It's not one which we've seen for a long time. In fact, actually, before 369 pulled it out in the previous series before this, he hadn't played it. Well, he was the last person to play it. He still hadn't played it for like a number of years at that point. Back in 2018, the IG versus RNG era, this pick was so important to the LPL in regards to being disruptive, being a damage threat, but also being a frontline. You can massively change team fights with the Fear Beyond Death and the Fear Beyond it as well. 369 was really, really destroying this matchup, and the fact that he's doing it into the blind pick Rek'Sai is what makes this important.
I feel like he was bridging the gap between the carries over on the side of JDG and his carries. He was acting pretty much as like that bridge. Yes, Juan is a little bit more of an obvious pick, but right there he had 30% of his team's damage was on this Urgot. So not only was he able to neutralize the top lane matchup, which a lot of top lanes have found it pretty difficult to play into the Rek'Sai, but also get out on the map and pull out these kind of team fights.
And I have to say as well, looking at the side of top esports, this top laner did so much for this organization over so many years playing towards them. Seeing him come back to this roster after spending some time away on JDG, and then in a lot of ways orchestrating the JDG era as well in the last side as well, has been so important. Just look at the damage he put out. This guy is such a titan of the top lane in the LPL.
AD carries who?
Yeah.
AD carries where?
I've never heard of them.
Yeah,
the
no.
World Champion?
I mean, technically, Urgot counts a little bit as an AD carry. I don't know if you remember, like, the very early seasons. People used to play bot lane Urgot.
So, funnily enough, kind of like hints of MSI. 2015, the very first MSI, it was actually Urgot bot lane AD carry meta back then, and of course, LPL.
That was way before my time.
It was a long time.
Double
Honestly,
gold generating
I love going back and watching those tournaments in terms of like seeing like Bang and Wolf versus Deft and Mako playing like Urgot bot. Okay, maybe not seeing those champions on Urgot. Like that was a very different era of Urgot, folks. Maybe not.
And
that
thankfully, that's not the era that we're in today, because instead we're getting Urgot top lane, which is a little bit more enjoyable. But with 369 as well, the fact that he got that MVP performance, if anything, he's had a phenomenal game so far.
Yeah.
Looking at the Urgot, the damage, and just the different roles that he's able to play in any roster.
This Urgot's important because loosely we separated out his games into carries and non-carries. When you think about like the tanks and the non-carries and some of the things which are a bit more bruises, he does both very, very well. He loves being a frontline, he loves being a damage source, he loves being disruptive. Something like the Urgot actually goes pretty much straight down the middle of this kind of split.
And I feel like it's so great to see him play something like the Urgot versus JDG. I feel like we talked a lot about the role he took when he joined JDG and when he was on the team last year, and he was the tank god. And fair enough, he's probably the best tank player in the world. He does this so well. But primarily, he used to be a carry, and now with his return to top esports, he shows that he can do both phenomenally.
I've thought of the one thing I miss about old Urgot. Hyperkinetic position reverser.
No, not the ultimate, not the ultimate. I don't think Ginny knows that ultimate.
Okay, so story time for those of you that don't know old Urgot. His ultimate used to be called Hyperkinetic Position Reverser. You click on someone, there'd be a big blue lip and you switch places. It was awesome.
Imagine doing that on an AD carry. That's broken. And well, I'm glad that's not what we're
You should go
looking
back.
at today.
Okay, that's
I should
homework for
not-
people who didn't watch that
no.
era of Urgot. There you go. Fantastic stuff.
No, you don't have to ruin your day. It's fine. Either way, looking at the game that we have at hand right now, I think what we really need to emphasize here is JDG particularly, because we're looking at top esports. In that game that we've seen in that series against BLG, they had these curveballs. They had that creativity. They were spicing it up a little bit here, left, right, and center. And we were worried that JDG might not have the answer. And so far, what are we thinking?
Get Kanavi off Rel. For the love of the game, get Kanavi off Rel for JDG. I need a little bit more of them up. I need the Viegos, I need the Leesons to start making plays. I know that this particular draft didn't necessarily spell disaster, but it spelled boring to me. It gave me a few glimpses of their series versus top esports that we saw a couple weeks back, and I'm like, this is just not good enough. This is too slow. Natalia didn't have much impact on the map early on. I need more, and I feel like getting Kanavi on a little bit more of a proactive jungler early game could get that early game going for them.
I mean, when you look towards like last pick when they picked the Rel, I mean, we were sat there thinking.
You saw his face.
I mean, we saw that there, but I mean, the thing is, they needed engage. They needed teamfight engage, and you look at the Rel and you think, gotta pick it. You have to at that point in your draft, but the problem is when you load into the Rift and you have the Sejuani, who is a better tank than you have an Urgot, who is a tank, and then will also kill tanks better than you, the frontline difference is too much. It doesn't matter that you have a 2-3 item Zarya at that point with a Lulu behind it. Maybe in a game where you had the Sejuani, maybe you could have the Lulu saving your frontline, buffing up the Zarya, and then having frontline diff, and then also having this great 2-3 item scaling AD carry. That wasn't the case. If you're going to slide into mid-game team fights, you better at least have the frontline just put up with it.
Yeah, then looking towards game 2, because that's the game where JDG will have to pull it back. I mean, yes, it is a BO5. You have some leeway, but you don't want to get too down in the dumpsters to be able to do so. If there's one point in terms of change from JDG that you want to see, one adaptability key point, what would that be?
You cannot have the counterpick Urgot destroying the tanks. You need to have a strong tank frontline. If this Urgot is going to be a problem, I don't care that
Are
it's
we
a curveball
banning
pick.
it?
I think that if you can afford to ban it in second round, I think it's very, very important at that point. If you're playing for mid-game team fights, you cannot have your frontline just evaporate.
Oh, it comes to me as well. Okay, well, more proactive mid-jungle duo. I really believe that they need a more proactive mid-jungle duo. Vi was open. You could have paired it up with Talia. Absolutely destroyed mid and made things moving in the early game. I feel like ruler in teamfights is great, but your whole team needs to arrive there at the same time.
Yeah, whether or not they'll be able to make those adaptability changes, we're going to see as we're going to head into the second game of the series with Munchables and Lyric.
Thank you very much, our lovely lounge, and welcome everyone back to the caster desk, question mark, our intercontinental cast as we head towards game number 2. It's Munch and Lyric coming at you, and a strong game number 1, to say the very least, from Top Esports. A lot that can be changed in the draft, I think, coming into game number 2, as our lounge were talking about.
Yeah, and I kind of agree with Trouble. Like, again, regardless of how the Rel's performing and how he's doing it on it individually, I want to see him on something more proactive, right? You have Kanavi, you have the first team all-pro jungler, whether it's the Lee Sin, the Xin Zhao, even something like the Vine, you could just single someone out on the opposite team and try and take over. Like, I like that plan. Nightmare also hit a little bit on the Urgot. And again, we were kind of already talking about it in the draft of that first game of like, hey, in second round of bans, they want the Rexar, they're going to ban out the Urgot. They seem to not think it was a problem going into that game. When they didn't ban it, I also maybe thought, maybe JDG have a way of dealing with it. They don't. So, yeah, we're going to have to see that one either banned out or the focus on the Rek'Sai actually fall a little bit for JDG, which sounds weird.
How insane is it that we're in a world where 369 is like playing these carry counter picks, like anti-tanks, with the guy that, I mean, like, don't get me wrong, 369, he's played carries over the years. Like, I distinctly remember him and Zoom trading Gangplank, you know, all of this from years gone by. But he's built such a reputation over the last few years of being a great tank player, and it feels like this playoffs, like, because pretty much the whole year he was playing, you know, Yerunis, Casantes and all of that. Then suddenly playoffs comes around, a little bit of order there, but now, like, the Quinn coming out, the Urgot coming out, the crazy counter picks coming out. It feels like he's reforging himself as we move through playoffs.
It's just so nice to see, again, the level of aggression able to come out. But even it still being tempered and him playing for the team, I still think back to, like, 2019 when 369 first came on the scene, and he was super hyped, but he had that, you know, plays a bit too far forward in lane, going for these trades that aren't working out for him, getting ganked by the jungle, dying constantly, kind of the typical tropes of the aggressive and carry top laner. So the fact that he's overcome that over the years is so tremendous. And for Flandre's side, again, if you want a guy who can, like, throw curveball picks, I challenge anyone out there to go look at the things Flandre's played in the top lane over his careers. The Azirs, the Malzahars, the Lucians, like, you name it, he has played it. So, yeah, we'll see if they have any answers there, but...
There is an option up there that Flandre kind of made a big name for himself on, which is the Vladimir top. Now, it's not popular right now. I don't know what state Vladimir is in terms of balance, but if there's one thing Vladimir does, it scales up against tanks. I'm just saying it could be an option. I could be totally off base. Like I said, I've not been checking in with the Vladimir community to see what state the champion's in right now, but Vladimir known for it. It scales.
What a random throw out of it. You know what? I hope for it. I hope for it because JDG need to find a way to get back on track. Again, if they can't get back to MSI and be able to at least try to defend that title, I think it'd be a huge, downswing for the org. I mean, hell, just the amount of finals that they've made it to, that they've won over the past, not only a year, right, but even going back to 2022 summer. So it's kind of nice that we're getting a bit of a shakeup, and TES are, again, on good form. But now we got to see them able to close it out. And Tien's always been great in big moments, but sometimes when it's come to closing out, that's where we've seen them really struggle.
Yeah, one thing I will say is he makes it to finals. If there's one thing Tien can do is get to finals. It's just once you get to finals, that's where the issues can lie. But yeah, you're absolutely right though, because like JDG, back-to-back champions of the LPL, now in lower bracket, now a game down. Honestly, underdogs coming in today after the last time we saw these two teams play, after Top Esports going the full 5 games with BLG as well. And I think a lot of people impressed by what Top Esports are bringing this playoffs. It definitely feels a little uncomfortable for JDG and for their fans at home, and we need to see a change up. And I know that there's this debate right now on like draft change-ups for JDG. Should they do it? Should they stick to their guns, etc., etc.? But I feel like it's not just about like draft a better scaling composition. It's like we got to bring a different style of gameplay here, because they actually managed to contest the other game fairly well in game number 1, but the second we got to the mid game, it felt like Top Esports just took over. It
was that one sequence when they took Dragon, they took 2 turrets mid, and they found the kill onto Missing, where it was like, all right, how did JDG just get all of this how did TES get all this when JDG were the team that gave up Dragon? JDG were the team that got like first pick of what else they get to do on the map, and their mid lane was still incredibly exposed, and it really just cemented the game in Top Esports' favor. And you're right, it feels like moments like that are what's dictated these last 4 games, this game and last series in favor of TES, and that is hard to be able to overcome.
It is. And you come into game number 1, you saw a much better early game from JDG. We saw Yagao using that Talia to impact these bot lane fights, finding picks on Tien, like back-to-back picks on Mako as well, getting this Zeri really far ahead. But then it's that like sort of, I guess it's not really quite mid-game, it's still fairly early game, but like the decision-making around what fights to take, I feel like was the biggest red flag for me for JDG in game number 1. So I do think that kind of thing is relatively fixable. Like, I feel like if you're JDG's coach after game number 1, you kind of like, why are we fighting the Drake, lads? Let's just concede that Drake is fine. I feel like that's a relatively easy fix, but it's more the big picture stuff that could be hard to solve within a series. But let's stop being too down on JDG here. It was also a phenomenal game coming out from Top Esports. Really, really impressed, especially by the solo laners at Top Esports.
Yeah, again, agree. I feel like Cream especially, and it's because everyone knows 369 is one of the best in the world. An absolute gangster who can go toe-to-toe with anyone. Cream is the one, like you said, he's the odd man out in terms of names you see on the Rift, and he continues to be able to put up either just great games or have really impactful moments like we saw with the Emperor's Divides in that game. So I agree. Going to be looking at, for JDG, what they're able to do to try to circumvent that. I wouldn't mind if Yao just went back into things like the Annie and, again, play to set up Kanavi, play to set up the guy who is the superstar of your team in the regular season.
So very different bands coming out as we head into the second game. Vi taken off the board, Nautilus taken off of the board, the Twisted Fate though, the Rakan still there, the Maokai from the previous game still there. Importantly, all of those strong AD carries on the board, the Varus that we talked about, the Kalista, the Draven, all of these really strong AD carries up and available. So we get a little glimpse into what can happen when these power picks are open.
Yeah, and I like the call to ban out the Ashe. Ruler was going to get the choice of having something that he could be proficient on, whether it be the Varus or the Lucian, regardless. So taking away one of those felt like it would have been a wasted ban. Now it's about seeing where JDG go, and I'm surprised. not leaning into either. For TS here, I would expect you just go towards the Varus. You have the early lane pressure that you can put up. It obviously goes well into the Azir because of the range you could play with. Ooh. You know, on the desk, they were highlighting that this has been, I mean, more of a ruler champion. He's played it once in playoffs, but JackeyLove hasn't actually brought it out yet in playoffs. It was second most played champion in the regular season. It's been surprising to see TES gear away from it, but it's nice to see them still coming back in. And hell, they don't want to play the range game with that Varus. They want to go all in.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because it's kind of the opposite of what we saw in the previous series, where it was Varus every game for JackeyLove. It's left open. Feels like Top Esports saying, look, we reckon you've got a plan for the Varus, so we're just not going to go anywhere near it.
Well, actually, it becomes a little bit more confusing after the first two picks, right? Because you take the Corki, you know, having those Varus arrows right alongside that to counteract the Azir, in my mind, sounds like it makes a lot of sense. But they don't go with that. We're going to see how Cream's going to be able to handle this because, let's be real, LPL Corkis have been a little bit cursed. Has not been able to work out. JDG, though, will get the Varus coming out for ruler, and even the Nico in support. So JDG really leaning into the aggressive 2v2.
Wait a second. What is going on? Is this a Corki?
No,
Okay,
like
I shouldn't have talked about hovers. I shouldn't have talked about hovers.
If the Hui got locked in, it would have been a Hui support. I can promise you would not have been the Corki.
That makes a lot more
not
sense.
Have been the Corki.
I just like, because I'd already locked in that the Corki was mid, my brain was doing somersaults. I was like, hang on a second. The hard engaged Corki support with Aftershock, I'm here for it. Every package makeover. Anyway, moving on. It's going to be Tien locking in the Xin Zhao jungle. Immediate Jaxman to follow.
I love it because, again, when we were highlighting, hey, Kanavi potentially moving away from the Rel, you look at things he's found success on. Lee Sin, Xin Zhao, Jax. Jax was the other thing he picked up a win on against NIP in that series. Of course, a great pick into the Xin Zhao. So I like the takeaway. Now I wonder if they feel any onus to try and deny that Lee Sin. I don't know if I necessarily love it in what JDG's comp has to offer, but Kanavi really hasn't been showing all too much so far in playoffs. I guess things like the Wukong as well is something he's really been leaning into heavily.
It would work really well with that composition as well, right? Where you've already got a lot of team fight presence in the Nico, the follow-up for the ultimates, the Azir that can knock into the Cyclone, or the Cyclone set up for the knockback. Either way works. Certainly could be a solid Wukong angle if they do want to lean into the team fighting. But one concern is, do you want to heavily lean into team fighting again? Because it's not really been working out against Top Esports. The Rumble removed as a potential sort of carry support option for Mako. I suppose you could see that for 369 Top as well, but fully expect the support pick to come on through here for Top Esports. And
I mean, the Rumble was a support ban, right? Because now without Rumble and without Ashe, you really have this, you're really missing that same level of aggressive options that you typically see against the Nico, which is something you would have wanted to contest with. And now out of left field, we actually have the Leona coming through. I feel like this should be a really dicey time down in the 2v2, but I'm excited to see how JackeyLove and Mako can try to make it work.
I mean, it's a classic. It's something Mako's got plenty of experience on, and also it's tanky. It can survive the Nico all-in, which could be valuable. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Flandrake goes back to the Rek'Sai once more. We have to see what Kanavi is going to lean into. Looks like full dive on the side of JDG. Man, how many times am I going to get baited by Hovers today? I feel like we need to get a tally going up on the stream, as it's going to be a carry jungle, and that's what I want to see from Kanavi.
Yeah, already showing again some of those likely options that we hit on. Is going to end up with the Lee Sin, I guess maybe the amount of mobility that's coming through from things like the Kalista and the Corki. But I got to be honest, I'm not even sure how... Okay, actually, yeah, that's how you round up this composition. They picked the Rek'Sai of the Year God. But again, I'm kind of questioning the Corki pickup in the draft. It looks very out of place, especially once you added in the Leona. You have this complete composition that just wants to fully send it onto the Azir and the Varus.
Is it? Hang on. Is this like a long-range one-tap comp from Top Esports where your Leona ults someone and JackeyLove's Lethality Kalista QEs, a rocket comes in from Cream, and then 369 ult lands and just like pulls him in and finishes the job? Like, it's a bizarre angle, but I could see it.
Yeah, I'm completely down with that combo. But for JDG, again, like even more proactive options, right? Bringing Lee Sin into the jungle, and especially that bot lane dynamic with the 2v2. I think a lot's going to be up to how Missing plays the game to ensuring that they could really just set Jackie and Mako as far behind as possible. They should then have Prio bot contesting in mid early on. Top will be the one area of weakness, but honestly for JDG could really just try to snowball this out with the pressure that the Nico gives you.
Feels like there's an opportunity for Ruler and Missing to prove their quality in this bot lane matchup. They've been given a chance here where they have the Varus for the first time in this matchup across the course of playoffs. They've got a Nico for Missing as well. Plenty of power to work with. Can they make it stick against Mako's Leona and Jaculov's Kalista?
It's going to be tough. And again, for TES, how do they bring this all together? What's the glue that holds the comp? Is it like you said, Munch? Everyone throws about one ability. You set it up for 369. I got to say, if that was the plan after 369's performance in game one, I don't mind it.
Time for game number 2, though. Let's see if things change up here as JDG enter the blue side of the rift and look for revenge for game number 1. Just want to give a warm welcome as well to any LCK enjoyers that are now joining us. We've got our 3 big classics in JDG Top Esports on your screen right now. We've had T1 Gen G. I'll not give any spoilers just in case. But then also G2 versus Fnatic later on in LEC. It's a big day for League of Legends today, and we're into the second game. If you missed the first game, Top Esports fell behind a tiny bit in the early game, but their mid game was immaculate, and we saw once again this Urgot versus the Rek'Sai as a top lane matchup for 369.
On 369, gonna need to do a lot. Get TES up there, get them to that finals, because right, this is for it all. Making it back to finals, getting a chance to pick up another LPL title, and especially making it to MSI. We're the last major region to not have our teams for MSI already squared as Ruler engaged on.
Aggressive start already from Top Esports, which is what you want to see. I am really curious to see how on earth this Leona works out for Mako. Feels like forever since I saw a Leona. I think there has been like 1 or 2 Leona picks in professional over the last sort of year or so, but the fact that you can say that after how prolific the pick has been historically, especially like 2020, 2021, it was like every other game. It was the answer to Nautilus, and another Zenith Blade lands onto Ruler. That's a flash and a heal out from JDG.
And it's great to see the amount of pressure Mako's playing with, because even though Varus, is strong in lane, your level 1 actually really isn't all that good. Being gated by cooldowns, Kalista and Leona will just be able to run you down. So I love how aggressively Mako has been playing, and Jackie and Mako once again finding ways to at least be able to keep up Prio in this lane.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the fact that you don't have access to the Blighted Quiver to activate your E, essentially, like the E is so good after the Halo Blades, after the W comes in. But if you don't have the W, you can't really do a lot with it. Tien, though, moving down to this bottom side, there's no camps available, and Kanavi's pathing topside. This could be a dive angle as Ruler, level 2 at this point. Missing still only level 1. This could be dangerous. I think he might be level 2, and it's just Nico doing Nico things. There we go. Dive angle could be terrifying. The minion wave not that big right now as level 3 hit by Jackulov and Mako. The JDG bot lane not that chunked right now as the minion wave moves in. Tien is committing to the dive, missing the target here. Ruler underneath the tower though, and just gets obliterated. Mako moves out. Tien, you've got to get out from underneath the tower, but he just jumps straight onto Missing, diving back under Jackulov. Wide on the queue, Missing survives.
Luckily gets away in the end. We're going to see if TES decide to commit to this again with how they're pulling the wave over. Looks like they decide against it in the end, but still, that is everything you're going to want, finding one, denying some CS off Ruler, and getting Tien accelerated on the Xinjiao.
It's the fact that you even get a bonus wave crash at the end there, so this wave will be slowly stacking up towards Jackulov as well, so even though they're even in CS now, that won't stay the case as Kanavi wants an answer, but you just can't gank mid lane. It's just not possible anymore.
No, it feels incredibly hard just because of the map changes. You have two mobile mid laners here right now. Post 6, you know, there'll be some opportunity, right, where you got to go for the shuffle and you try to time it perfectly into the Q coming out from the Lee Sin and burst Scream out before he really has time to actually counteract the play. But this early, it is impossible.
Nice grab there from 369. Big damage onto Flandre, who will be essentially kicked out of lane here. There's no way he can come back towards this minion wave. So 369 will force a TP out of his opposing laner, and that fleet footwork going to do so much to try and match the sustain that the Rek'Sai is going to bring to that top lane.
And right, even though JDG opened it up again after that game 1, it could be like, hey, why would they do that? That caused them their loss. At the same time, they did draft against it much better, right? You have an Azir, you have a Varus, so you're playing a lot more from range, and it's not getting up close and personal where the Urgot does thrive. So ideally here, they're hoping 369 shouldn't even be able to find an impact come team fights later on.
Kanavi moving down to the bottom side, wants to influence some of these fights, but in fact, could potentially look towards the Drake. Instead, has a control ward in the pit. Skulldugger Crab in favor of Top Esports. He's not committing yet. I'm kind of confused why he's just kind of stood nearby.
Well, I think it'd be very over-ambitious to go for it. I mean, right, you're facing up against the Kalista Leona. They have Pry on bot. They can move easily. But at the same time, you are also facing a Corki in mid, where Yagao will be able to bring a lot more impact early on. So it seems like maybe weighing their options before ultimately deciding to just head up towards that top side.
Just taking a moment to decide, and instead goes up top, heads towards the Grubs as TN pulls the Drake out of the pit. So this will be just a trade of objectives here. Kanavi, let's see how many Grubs he can get. Obviously 369. Not do too much. Yag out heavy trades in the mid lane. Nice advantage over Cream, and that level 6 means that Cream really can't trade back too aggressively.
No, in a rough spot, but still, at the very least, I like that JDG quickly realized, hey, actually, TS are going to be the ones who are going to be able to take this objective bot. Again, they have the Kalista. This should be their win con. And immediately pivots up towards the top side to be able to get this. It even gives Flandre a bit more freedom to play aggressively, but they'll need to watch out.
Yeah, 369 will look for any angle to punish up there. I mean, what we saw in game number 1 was a relatively even laning phase where they pretty much left the lane at a reasonably similar amount of CS, but it was once we got to those sort of early to mid-game fights, that's where this Urgot really came into its own. Cream really feeling the wrath of Yagao's Azir in the mid lane, forces Cream back and doesn't have that TP, so nice advantage found in the mid lane by Yagao. Should be able to build him a little bit of a CS lead to work with.
Yeah, and right, that's going to be crucial because you look, and like you pointed out, TS are already having a lead in bot. So being able to try and equalize that somewhere else is huge. And again, we really have not seen Corkis in the LPL be able to work out, whether it be from the laning phase where you are incredibly weak and you're getting shut down, or just some of the package angles that we see later on.
Yeah, it's left something to be desired, Lyric, I think is the best way that we can politically refer to that.
Here's a question. Since Cream is the guy on all those champions that goes in, right? Akali, Silas, Kiana back in the day, you name him. Does that mean he should have much better packages? Or is he going to tunnel vision thinking he is one of those champions and send it in a way that Corki shouldn't and go down immediately? What do you think?
I think it could go both ways. I think we could have some pretty ham packages coming out from him, but equally, that could lead to big plays, because I feel like, you know, if there's anyone that's going to be able to find the angle and one-shot someone, he's a player that is incredibly mechanically proficient. You expect him to be landing those rockets. Hopefully he will today. I love that as well, though. In the early game, Top Esports have kind of just signaled to everyone, we're going to play this a little bit slow. Both of their solo laners picking up a call to start the game as Kanavi back in the bot lane once more. Missing, trying to find an angle, but I don't think there's going to be a way to get in here, and TN has even moved over.
They're making their way down, and they already have control of Vision and River. Might even find a timing.
Okay, they've spotted Kanavi now. The ward there. And it looks like the junglers will respect one another. A lot of early game power on both sides, to be fair, between these two picks. And now, Missing able to move over towards his jungler, secure vision control for the side of JDG. TN forced underneath the tower as Mako now wants to try and contest. We could have a bit of a scrap, honestly, between the two teams. Remember, Mako, very hard to kill now that the Fate's Call is online as well.
Yeah, and you look at for TS's side especially, right? You have no camps up in your own side of the jungle, no neutral objectives, tangle barbs. Yet nothing going to come from this. So I held the only thing for TS to do or fight for on the map really was only that Scuttle Crab.
This is such a strange extended standoff between the teams. Oh, Cream dodges away from Yagao's ultimate. He'll be very happy with that. Has that X-Drinker as well as his first item, so can withstand the lane a little bit better. And with that ultimate on Gordon, he can happily just walk up and clear the wave.
We'll be able to withstand the lane better, but it does mean his power spike is going to be delayed even further, which is maybe another reason why TES have been fine taking this one slow. So we've seen Tien really just focusing on keeping his farm up, but 25 seconds until that next take of grubs, you know it's something that TES are going to be playing to deny.
It certainly will be, especially with how well 369 did in some of those early scraps early on in the game. Definitely doesn't feel like a fight that JDG want to be taking on the top side. But then there was a couple of fights last game that I didn't think JDG would want to be taking. We'll see if they change tact here. They do have the Nico as well. Like, that's one thing that really does shift power in the game, where Nico is just so good in these early skirmishes if you can get that ultimate off. Mako's moved over though. First grub taken, and it doesn't really look like JDG are willing to contest this.
No, not going to opt into it in the end. It makes sense, right? The package being in play, you already have so much pressure coming out from top side with the ear out. You can see that way pushed in is Cream. Should be fine, actually.
Yeah.
At the winning end of the trade.
I mean, manages to find essentially just an all-in onto missing. That's two summoners burnt. Ult for ult. I mean, I guess ult for package. Does package... I feel like package counts as Corki's ult. Like, the rockets are so non-ultimate, and the package is very ultimate.
I don't know if it could, though, because, right, the package is going to disappear no matter what. So at that point, it's like, well, we've already gotten the grubs. Cream can send it wherever he wants, and he's fine. So he actually found some value as compared to if he had just actually wasted an ult that, you know, maybe he could have saved for a better situation.
That's true. That's true. This is why you're the color caster. See, you got that massive cranium. I honestly don't know how you stand up straight. It must be so heavy.
Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. It's, you know, it's over the years, it's, you know, trimmed down a lot. But
it's a burden you've learned to bear.
But Dragon's up. And both these teams actively wanting to fight this again. There's no package this time. Kanavi.
Kick onto two as Kanavi keeps himself alive. Yagao forced out the top side of the fight, but the chains land. Tien forced to use his credit card, forced to flash as well. Flandre's followed him in here. 369 is still up top right now. Top esports. They fully retreat. They concede the Drake, but they get a solo lane at top that gets to just farm.
Yeah, so making the conscious choice, hey, it's fine. They've committed 5 members here. They get the objective. Now it's about getting some plates on the 369, which he looks like he should be able to do. But at the same time, it means JDG have shut down the super early Drake threat that the Callista does normally provide.
Not too much gain from 369. Just doesn't have that maxed out W yet. That's where the tower taking potential of Urgot really is just horrific to witness when you can toggle the W on and off. But still, a plate gathered, and both of those kills very close to popping. We're getting to the point where first time completions are going to start coming through across the top esports lineup. And I feel like that is... I was going to say that's where maybe they start to do things, but honestly, with the Corki, maybe they wait for another item.
Right, and that's why it's going to be interesting to see how they decide to pilot this and why it was a bit interesting to see them put this year's 3-gank towards mid.
It's onto a Rex side. Can you actually finish this kill? The flash into the tunnel seems not, and at least you're getting a flash out from him. Still an advantage taken.
I love the pathing down towards spot. You could see Dracula going to be able to start pushing up this wave. Now, we've already seen there's nothing you have to be afraid of when Missing comes running at you by himself. Is going to be able to dissuade the red buff, though, with the knowledge that Kanavi's close in the wings.
He'll be able to go for that red buff. So resets across the board from top esports, and honestly, a very, very quiet start to our second game, sorry, here. And it's kind of reminiscent of you know, in best of fives, especially in the lower bracket, quite often you do start getting some slower games. There's a lot on the line for both teams. However, JDG very comfortable in a slower game. This feels like the style that they have preferred to play across the course of the year. And I'll be starting this Herald off. Yagao getting close to level 11, has that wit's end. It feels like JDG are definitely in a stronger point with their composition, and Top Esports not really going to commit to anything.
No, I mean, TS, right? Multiple times now just committing to keeping 369 on a side wave, continuing to farm up and get pressure on those turrets, not really being concerned about fighting just yet, which I guess does signal to us, right? Really going to be playing around when they feel like Cream is strong and able to bring a lot to the table. Probably just going to keep playing off this package timings. That's where they'll feel most competent, but it is giving JDG a lot of freedom to start getting some of these neutrals.
Cream knocked back, flashes, gets underneath the tower. Kanavi gets a bit of damage down. Will finish the job. I was a little bit nervous for a second there, but Kanavi walks away. Nice dive from JDG, punishing on the top side. That'll open up a tier 1 as well.
And you can see there's no answer back by TS. Looks like Flandre did just willingly accept backing off, so no angle was open. But now with this Herald, JDG could be able to do a lot of damage on top side. Yeah?
They might just be able to finish a tier 2 here. Missing's here too. Doesn't look like they're going to commit in the end, but good amount of damage done on that top side. 369 wants to find Ruler. Both summoners available here for Ruler. Immediately using the ultimate. And that's going to be it used from the side of Top Esports. They get a flash out from Ruler.
And it's nice just to finally see them start to use 369 to move around, right? Because constantly we've seen JDG commit Flandre to the play, which gives 369 these windows where he pushed out the lane, has prio. Finally seeing him find some influence on the map just by showing mid. I think we're going to have to see a bit more of that. Him starting to get involved with these fights.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
What a surprising second game. When I saw Varus and Kalista locked in, I saw Nico versus Leona. I saw the Urgot top again. I saw Lee Sin versus Xin Zhao.
You see the JDG versus the Top Esports.
Yeah, I was like, this is going to be a banger. This is going to be game 2. Pop it off again. But you know what? What I forgot to look at in the draft is Corki versus Azir. These damn mid laners ruining my LPL.
I gotta say, Bunch, it's a complaint I see a lot online. But you know, we don't really, this matchup really doesn't exist here. We never, I need to, okay, I was ready for Missing to just absolutely send it. Maybe I do need to be ready for Missing to absolutely send it. Corki and Azir, they don't matter. TS right now, pretty solid position with the fact that they have a lot of control over these brushes with their control wards. But at the same time, you look at where JDG is on the map. Flandre's already pushed out top. You had Kanavi leaning with the Yagao bot side. It's given them a lot of avenues to actually be the ones who can more upfront walk into river and really control that Drake.
Does feel like Drake control right now, or at least river control, in favor of JDG as they're trying to bully Top Esports away, but that control ward in that Tien can stick around. Vision gained as Mako moves over to the team as well. 369 resetting, so is Yagao, both of them with TPs available. Flandre pushing in the top side right now.
Ooh,
Yagao
TP.
TP up top from Yagao. They're going to try and trade this Drake for an inhib on the top side, but 369 is there. I don't think there's a way that they can push for more. I'm not sure Yagao needed to TP there. I feel like Flandre could have just took the tower by himself.
Yeah, again, maybe reading that 369 would have gotten there a bit sooner and thinking they need an extra man or hoping to push a bit more, but I feel like that would have been overzealous, you know, at the best of times. But for JDG, I think it makes sense, right? You know Cream was picking up that package. You're like, hey, again, it's only the third Drake of the game. We both have one apiece. 369, though.
Two-man play onto the Urgot. Can they bring down the Crabman? Doesn't look like it right now as Kanavi gets a flash kick. Maybe they can after all. Yagao the target, but 369 can do nothing as JDG make the play to the top side. But Top Esports moving up to try and answer. They decide against it in the end. Great pick from JDG.
Yeah, JDG. Again, I really feel like they're just being given so much freedom with what they're able to do. I love it now, starting to take away these camps and top side, getting your own vision. Deny TES the opportunity to really be able to pick up any gold so far.
So far, so good. This is not only a great game from JDG, but also, like, Top Esports, where are you? This is not the Top Esports we've seen all year long. It feels like their control of the map just is not there right now. And Flandre even gets... Wait, he can finish this tower before the TP comes through. Terrible TP comes through from 369 and Punish. This Urgot finally starting to feel like it doesn't have that impact.
Yeah, and what a switch up from the game one performance, right? Where 369 absolutely took over, and then here we see now a couple times in a row he's left sleeping. Gets punished, doesn't expect JDG to still be here because they just made that play on top, maybe assuming that they're resetting, going to get back on the map with faster tempo. Leads him to going down, and yeah, the TP especially. What a questionable fight.
Fight as Ruler's just been caught. That's a huge pick for Top Esports. I really wish we could have seen the setup for that one. As that's just a massive opportunity now, or is it? Yagao's having none of it. Kicks 369 underneath the tower. CN goes down as well. Two come through for JDG, so they look for more of the fight as well. Missing, getting out with his life. And they will walk away. Somehow, JDG win the fight.
Not somehow, right? It's all thanks to Yagao with that shuffle. And it's moments like that where, again, Yagao can just show up at the time where JDG needs him most and make sure that they stay in the lead. And hell, this could just bring us back to a bit of a retrospect overall, right? Of Kanavi going towards the Lee Sin, having the ability to be a little bit more part of the action. As we're going to see Ruler trying to outrun this still after flashes get committed, even with heal, even with the cleanse being used. JDG just keep running him down, but keep your eyes on the Azir here. They get both members locked down with what looked like the Tangle Barbs, and then sending 369 to no man's land. TN is nowhere he's able to escape to. And sadly, Jackulov on the Kalista doesn't get to be part of any of the action.
Yeah, I mean, Cream and Jackulov were both essentially not quite in mid. Like, Jackulov was in mid lane, Cream was towards mid lane. Like, neither of them even close to the play. So, a bit of miscommunication, which honestly is not something that we've said a lot about Top Esports this year. 369 and TN being way too aggressive, and Kanavi has been having such a good game. Yagao with a massive ultimate. Like, this feels like the game for JDG if there's going to be one in the series. This feels like the moment where they start to put their own foot down and start to have an impact.
I mean, just like, look where we're at in terms of items, right? Especially for the Corki, only sitting on the Mirror Mana and the Hex Drinker, no Malignancy yet. You're so far away from dealing damage.
Mako's been found, but the Fate's call comes through from Jackulov. Kanavi wants to punish, or won't be able to find his Q.
Would have been really hype if he did find it. I wonder if he would have actually followed it through. No, like Kanavi, I feel like he probably would have. Given his life, this turret should go down.
Top Esports trying their best to defend this one. Solar Flare goes wide from Mako, and now Tien's caught on the bottom side of the play. Top Esports blast going out to safety, but Flandre looking for Cream as well. Still has the Valkyrie available and gets over to the rest of his team, but still the tier 1 taken, and JDG now can move towards a tier 2 once again. They've got a lot of damage between these characters. They've got 3 grubs to work with as well. The tier 2, not something that Jackulov can realistically defend by himself. Cream moves over for the wave clear, but it's too little too late. And it's JDG outmaneuvering Top Esports on the map.
And this is the JDG that people wanted to see coming into playoffs. Great to finally see it online, pulling them apart again. A few missed skill shots there on both sides, leading to no fight being able to come through. But again, I mean, look at Yagao now. 2 items, just picking up the Seekers too, so we're going to have a bit more survivability in there. And I really feel like JDG should just be able to outpace whatever damage TES are putting out on the map at this time.
Next straight coming up in 2 seconds time. A couple of resets coming through from the side of JDG as they try and get their side lanes in order. Reset from Cream as well. So he's got his own TP package available. This feels like this has to be the moment for Top Esports.
Yeah, they need to go for it. They're already having the TP come in from Kareem. We'll see if JDG even opt into contesting this, because again, it would be sole point for TES, but it wouldn't be end of the world.
This package has to be huge, and it's not. He just uses it defensively, as in the meantime, Mako is caught. It's too easy for JDG. Top Esports all over the place in this second game, and what a punish as well. JDG looking immaculate with this composition, and just no answer whatsoever from TES.
Yeah, JDG, they have the control of the area. They already have the setup with the Varus and Azir in place. And it's not even to necessarily blame like Cream on the Corki in particular, but it really looks like this is not the kind of game that TS were hoping to play. Having to, like, waiting for these power strikes, waiting for these items to come online. The Malignants finally just got bought up. And again, it really didn't follow through what I feel like with where the rest of their draft was really strong. And just TES as a team being incredible in some of those earlier skirmishes.
Yeah. You have to wonder what Corki is doing in scrims to be picked in a game like this, because I've yet to see it really be that inspirational. We talked about it earlier. LPL Corki, just simply, like, let's stick to the Lucian over here, you know? Like, we're good at the Lucian. Let's not worry about the Corki for now.
Yeah, I agree. Keep it up with the level of aggression. But now we're going to start having to play around this top side of the map, right? Baron being up. Moons are probably going to poke and prod our heads into enemy jungle for vision. We can go back all the way back in the replay here. Really no great angle for Cream to play around. I think JDG did a great job of like walking up as a group, forcing him back, not giving any time for 369 to come in, and it lets him separate the fight on 2. Hell, even somewhat 3 fronts to start with how separated 369 even is from Cream.
And part of that is off the back of the Fate's Call was used on the previous play to save Mako. I think it was still on cooldown, so Mako caught out. 3,000 gold lead for JDG, and they can just start this Baron. Okay, Yagao has been spotted, so I mean, full information for Top Esports, but how do you even get in to contest this one? Honestly, it's down to 8k as Mako moves forward. Tien there as Flandre trying to zone the rest of the team. 369 now on the top side of the play, trying to flank. 4k on the Baron. JDG not willing to just flip it. Missing, finds the engage on 2 as Mako flashes out safety. Cream got himself out as well, but Kanavi only a kick onto 1, and Jackulov turns onto the enemy jungler. Tien tanking on the front side, and Top Esports finally get a good start to a fight. Flandre with another knock-up though as Cream gets over to safety. There's no follow-up from the rest of the team. Flandre gets 1, but 369 answers onto missing. Top Esports looking for Ruler next. He's desperate to escape both sums, and he will walk away, but Top Esports turn to Baron.
Top Esports pull JDG into a choke point and just hammer on them one by one, unrelentlessly, like you said. That is potentially going to lead to a Baron because they're hoping to dissuade this.
Yagao and Ruler, the carries dive in, flash from Ruler. Yagao uses his ult defensively, but that's so much use from JDG. Is it an Cream is just gonna die to Baron! What a fumble as Yagao takes a solo kill. Jackulov diving forwards and they will answer. This is suddenly carnage.
This is suddenly a massive head scratcher for both sides as walking away in the end, I guess TES doing a little better. They found more kills out of that. They stopped what was originally intended to be a JDG Baron, but still neither side able to convert that into the neutral objective itself.
I feel like Top Esports going, look, we're losing the slow game. Let's just run at them and see what happens. Really weird fight coming out from both teams, honestly.
Yeah, and you can see the idea wanting to send it right onto the Corki, take him out once again. But with the flash, they're not able to close the distance. There's kind of this like human wall separating the rest of them. And then Kanavi's isolated. The Sonic Wave couldn't connect onto Cream to follow up. He gets taken down. And again, look, Flandre spent so long getting out of the fight this whole time. He isn't there absorbing the damage, allowing the others to unload. And again, it really just feels like one by one members of JDG really running into the Top Esports meat grinder. This by Cream, though, much. I don't have words.
I mean, it's a little bit unlucky that 369 had peeled off just in that moment, but also I feel like that was a pretty predictable movement from 369. Yagao getting caught, at least they trade, but yeah, Cream, this Corki game is just not it.
I'm telling you, it is a league-wide curse. Just, it can't be done, just stay away, but I love that we're not staying away from the Baron. Cream does have TP, he's the only member who's very far away. Join at any moment, you'd assume he's probably waiting for his package.
369 doesn't have a ward here. It's down to 4k. Are they just going to take this one before anyone gets in? JDG grab it on the 50-50. 369 is onto the backline though, and Ruler demolished as Top Esports looking for the fight. Kanavi gets out of the top side of the pivot. He's on the wrong side of the map. He dives back into the action and surely will fall. He at least gets the enemy jungler. Cream will fall too, but it's an ace for Top Esports.
All the Barons are now off the board right after they happen. Mid lane turret up for the taking. What will be soul point for TES is right behind them, man. They have taken everything on the map.
This game got real weird, and now Top Esports in the middle of all of this chaos. I mean, chaos is their comfort zone from long ago. It feels like they're finally coming out on top, and now onto the Drake once again. Let's take another look and try to pick apart some of the action.
How does 369 just find Ruler by himself? Oh, every Yagao, especially everyone jumping away right when the all-in comes through from the Urigot. I love the flash to make sure that the fear gets off onto other members too, and then they are just locked in. Kanavi tries to get back in the fray. I guess really he maybe would have been able to escape anyway. It wouldn't have made a big deal, but my God, Ruler really getting isolated and left alone there by his friends.
Yeah, I mean,
Hate to see it.
369 just walks at him menacingly, and Ruler doesn't have a flash. What is he going to do about it, realistically? Great pick up there by 369. Great fight from top esports. Cream getting some big damage done as well, but Jackie Love kind of unnoticed through a lot of that fight, and unnoticed through a lot of this game, it feels like, but you can see that off the back of that fight, no longer unnoticeable. 5-0-4. He's on 3.5 items, almost at that 4th item mark now. Top esports. I mean, they played a very long waiting game in this one, and it might just have paid off.
Yeah, Axiomark fight just picked up by Jackie Love. More damage and, you know, more opportunities to save or absolutely send Mako into the fray. Like you said, Jackie Love's kind of been, you know, on the lowdown in this game. This game, the fights, it's been a lot of, you know, the big setup people. Mako throwing out his ultimates. Obviously, 369 finding easy access to the backline, but Jackie Love luckily always being there and really never any threat from Kanavi or Flandre in the same way that 369 and TN are putting on the backline has just been huge for him. Now it feels like we're just going to wait for that next Drake to be on the map, and TES is going to try and keep control over that bot lane river really cemented until that point.
This Axiomark as well, something we have seen a couple of times from Kallista's coming on through. It's not a champion that you necessarily like think, oh yeah, it's all about ultimate timing, but honestly, when you've got an engaged support, when you it gives you the ability to play so much more aggressively around vision, around these team fights as well. So valuable for them. It means Mako will be that much more difficult to punish. We've seen Pays playing it, we've seen Elk playing it a little bit. It's still, you know, not the absolute go-to item, but in the right situation, you can find huge value, and it feels like this is the right situation.
Yeah, again, you're going to hopefully open up Mako to just try and engage as often as he wants, and when you're up against the range, that's what you're hoping to do. So right now, JDG, I think, have been doing a solid job just playing out this default map state, but they might open themselves up to being collapsed on.
Yagao slowed by the Solar Flare. Mako flashes to get the engage, but Kanavi denies the follow-up from Jackie Love. Fate's called to save Mako's life. 369 TP's in. And that's a huge Pop Blossom. It's only on to 2 in the end. The knockups are there. Mako not tanky enough, and he goes down. Chains land onto Cream as well. And the follow-up is there from JDG. They finally find their moment. 369 can't finish the job, and JDG come roaring into life.
And all of them somehow survive. Now we got 40-second death timers on our carries. JDG, they might go for this.
TN can't do anything about this one. They should be able to end the game here. Still 30-second dead timers. And thank goodness JDG show up in this second series, in this rematch. TN underneath the Nexus Towers, the minion wave arriving. Missing will fall, but he's happy to sacrifice himself and get a game on the board. They will not repeat the last matchup. They put themselves even in the series.
It's so nice to see them able to bring it back in the very end. That game, I mean, Chaos really was the name of the game. Mud shoot it perfectly in the cast, like so back and forth, but it's nice to see JDG able to keep up, right? Had some moments where they outplayed TES, and overall the individual performances were much better this time.
Yeah, definitely. Just the map play change was the most significant thing to me from JDG. Like, it feels like they had way much more control, and part of that is down to the draft. Part of that, I think, down to this Corki pick in specific. But really, really nice stuff coming out from JDG, answering a lot of the strength that top esports have been bringing to the table. We're going to go into a break. I'm going to kick it over to the analyst lounge. I keep nearly saying desk. We're going to kick it over to the lounge to try and break down what on earth happened there. I think they're going to struggle a little bit with that one, because it was a weird old game. We'll be back with game number 3 right after this.
When you know that you're the best and you really got nothing to prove. Yeah. You really got nothing to prove. 'Cause all my life I've been afraid of. Keep going for gold. Never give up until I do what I told you. I really got nothing to prove.
heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the follow, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last
Welcome back to the LPL, and with this one around, JDG equalized the scoreline 1-1 for both of our teams in this best of 5 series for the final spot at MSI from the major regions. We're the only ones left in CB LoL as well, and then we know all the teams that are going to be going to MSI. But with this one here, Alex, it felt very much like a back and forth until it didn't. And then the game just slipped between their fingers.
I think for a while, we were kind of thinking, oh, the team fights are going top esports way. Are we here for another 3-0? Is it going to be like this? Because most
We
of the
were
big
preparing the narratives, you know?
Because it felt like the big team fights were going the way of top esports again.
Yeah.
But things turn around in one really big team fight, which we'd love to show the clip of because it shows how JDG, with a specific skill set, found their way to a victory in this game. It's what the last fight of the game. It's in bot lane. And the big thing we see is we just go here. And if we pause, right here. Pause it right here. That's a great graphics, Leona.
Oh, wow.
So, big thing in the LPL is that if your teammate is picked off, you throw your body at the enemy team to make sure that the follow-up isn't there. Now, what we see here is you go out in the bot lane, a little bit caught out here. The Leona ult's been used, and if we just play it just for another second or two, so play the clip again as we go forwards. Watch here, pause again right now. Pause it right here, because this is going to be the Leona going forwards. They're trying to catch out the Azir, but Kanavi says, nope, you are not getting my mid laner. Goes in, immediately kicks some of the follow-up by going right into the backline. And what this means is that the follow-up has not been clean on Yagao, the combo's not been cleanly landed, and now they have overextended themselves to get this Azir. We'll play it through as well, because top esports are now out of position as well, and a lot of their carries are having to play on the defensive. It gives them another angle into the fight. It means that missing gets to punish some of the overengage, because the teleport's already come through. And that means that JDG can finally get themselves the damage that they needed to without their carries being the first one to die. Honestly, to me, it feels like I kind of liken it to playing rugby, where like someone's been tackled and everyone just like dives on top of the ball to try and protect your own teammates and stuff like that. That is how we teamfight in the LPL.
And I feel like it was for the very first time within these two series and these two teams playing this particular split, where I actually for once saw JDG being proactive in terms of pulling the teleports and pulling top esports thin on the map. They do see that TN has to cross through mid lane. They understand that this is a 4 versus 5. So if Kanavi creates a space, like Alex mentioned, then there is the chance for a very clean 4 versus 5 before the last member of top esports arrives.
So it only makes sense that one of the players gets MVP as well, because we've seen a lot of great performances.
There's no way she
we can give one.
There's no way Kanavi does
No,
not.
it's Yagao. I know.
There's no way that
I have to like keep you a little bit, you know, on your toes. Like,
kept me on toes.
I did. Well, but it's Yagao, and we cannot take it away from them that he's had a phenomenal game on Azir as well. The engages, the disengages, the team fights, everything played out.
I love that one of the best clips from the LPL at the start of the year was Yagao dying to turret in top lane alone, just under. I was like, oh, sorry guys, and then the rest of you was like, what are you doing?
That was a warm-up of, okay, warm-up for the rest of the LPL.
But that's exactly what Yagao does. This guy is so clutch. Playoffs Yagao is so different.
I was mad until I saw that he did 38% of his team's damage.
Yeah.
And I was like, you know what? I'm not that mad anymore. And this was the reason also Kanavi threw his body in to try and stop him from getting picked over in the bot side of the map. I'm going to be honest, I feel like a lot of the times we talk about Yagao and a lot of people are like, hey, he's very overrated. He doesn't have the flashy plays all the time. Doesn't have the damage that everyone else expects him to. But when it comes to these particular games, when he needs to be the clutch factor, when he needs to be the difference maker, he does it for his team.
I bet whoever says that is bronze in solo queue.
Well, I think a lot of the people that say that watch Yagao in regular season, and they say, who is this guy? Now, the thing about Yagao is that he has always been clutch. Playoffs Yagao's got hands. It took him a long time. It took him years to get an All-Pro award. And then when it gets to towards the high-pressure matches, you understand why players want to play with this guy.
However, I want to give my props to the second MVP of this particular game, and it would have to be Kanavi.
Absolutely, yeah.
We said, and I was particularly very vocal, get this man off the rel. He needs to get your early game going, and with Tien ganking that bot lane super early on, you saw Kanavi instantly went towards Void Grabs, an entire level up onto Tien. For majority of the game right here, he helped a lot in getting that topside tower, which refused a bunch of the vision for top esports. They couldn't make these cross-map plays. You saw top esports trying so hard to feed that Urgot by refusing to send numbers on the other side of the map, and Kanavi just kept invading, putting vision control and making plays. Excellent work.
And, you know, this is Yagao that went elsewhere. He went to BLG. He came back to make this again. And for a lot of JDG's history, it was about Kanavi and Yagao teaming up. Kanavi asked for Yagao back on the team once they knew that Knight was leaving there as well, because they make such good decisions together. It is about, like you said, big brain, mid-jungle duo. And the fact that they're on the same page and they're making team fights like that happen, like they're making the vision play, which allows them to go to the sidelines happen, shows you the potential of this team. Now, it's job not even half done. Technically, it's a third done if you need to get 3 wins, but
it's a step forward.
It is a step forward, and I think particularly with, you know, Kanavi being the captain of the team, helping out his mid lane Yagao as well, this kind of like brethren duo of the mid jungle, which is reformed again for 2024 as well. It's kind of like it's a good kind of omen for the team.
Yeah, absolutely. But it also brings the question of whether or not it's something that they can replicate going into the next game, because we're ready to head into the third game of this best of 5 of JDG going up against Top Esports with Lyric and Munch.
Thanks so much to our lounge once again for breaking down that game as we head towards the third game. I'm Munch, that's Lyric. And let's just take a moment to appreciate Yagao, because he had a great game on his ear. And we were just talking, Lyric, backstage about, I keep saying backstage, like we're not even in the same building. There is no stage where I'm stood. But either way, we were talking off stream about how Yagao, honestly, he had a pretty terrible split for a lot of the early parts of the split. It was pretty appalling as he came back onto JDG. The amount he has leveled up for playoffs is honestly mind-blowing.
Yeah, I mean, Nameer already referenced the like Azir in top lane when he ended up going down to turret because he kept trying to get out of rage but couldn't. It almost happened the second time in the split with Nico, and again, luckily that time he didn't die, but still got chunked to low HP when he was full. It's just like there were some awkward Yagao moments earlier in the split, but yeah, he's really been showing up in some of these games. He's gonna need to do it again because yeah, when you look at get away from the corkies, keep Cream off of those. Yagao really had a field day with what he was able to do early on in the map. And sure, the game ended up being close, right? Desk also pointing out really Kanavi being pivotal in how they won at the very end. But Yagao was one of the reasons why JDG were able to find an advantage in the early game regardless.
Yeah, I feel like Yagao and Kanavi as a duo were the driving force behind this game. Really, really great stuff from them. It got a little dicey in the mid game, I'm not going to lie. Like, when Top Esports started winning a couple of those team fights back to back, this Kalista was kind of just popping off and kind of untouched in a lot of the fights as well. I did start to get a little bit nervous for JDG because I think had they lost that game, I don't know if that's a series you can come back in at that point. I don't know if you can recover from that kind of loss. It's good to see them win that one. We're going to be swapping sides, I assume, coming into this next game again. Top Esports, really weird draft. Really, really weird draft. Everyone hates the Corki. I don't know. I don't have a single homie that likes the Corki in LPL. Let's just chuck that out and see what happens here in game number 3.
I agree. And hell, I'm kind of hoping that TES go back. I'm sure Cream's going to be like, hey, I want to get my hands on something that can bring a bit more proactivity to the game.
Give me Akali. If we're going to play against Azir, give me Cream's Akali.
Hell, even something that hasn't been banned yet at all in this series is something that worked super well in their first series. It was the Ahri. We could even just go back to something like that, right? Where his charms were the difference maker, where he's really had a superb playoff so far. So gonna be keeping my eyes on mid and with TES in general, right? Because TES now have shown some different looks. Hell, you can just say that by them finally bringing out the Kalista in the last game. So despite the loss, it is kind of nice to see them willing to lean on these other champions that have been very strong in playoffs and very strong in the meta. And we just need to away from the ones that don't.
JDG will be feeling good, though, coming into game 3. Winning a game against, I think, unarguably the favorite in this series, Top Esports, obviously 3-0ing them earlier in playoffs, having a really close series against BLG. Like, this has got to give JDG a bit more confidence. Not just that, though, but also the fact that they didn't lose out against a very aggressive bot lane coming out from Top Esports. They didn't lose out against the quote-unquote counter of the Urgot versus the Rek'Sai as well. Feels like maybe they figured out some of what Top Esports are bringing. That said, you know, the mid lane matchup certainly helped with that regard. And the very, very slow early game from Top Esports as well helped out. I wonder if Top Esports just completely change tact and go full-on aggro for this next game, just to kind of, like, if your really slow early game like that didn't work, maybe you just go full send.
Yeah, I don't know. I doubt they'll hit the level of full send, but I'm sure they're going to come into this game.
Maybe just wishful thinking on my part.
Yeah, just hoping for the send to be there. But, ooh, actually already getting a change up, even from the game 1 draft when TES were on blue side. This time taking away the Azir. Last time they banned out the Kalista. Maybe after that game being like, hey, we'll feel perfectly fine if we have to commit to that one in the end. Varus and Kalista really being the two standouts of the 80 carries that are left open. TES, like we said last time around, we're leaning on that Varus so heavily. So I think going back into it is going to make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, it worked so well for them in the first series between these two teams. It was 3 straight wins on the Varus. They seemed nervous to go for the Varus in the previous game, but this time, Jackie Love doesn't get his free lane against Ruler Zeri 3 games in a row. This time, Ruler is contesting that bottom side with his own aggressive pick. The Kalista can be locked in. And this is what we wanted to see. We talked at the start of the day about JDG bringing a bit more presence in the early game. I mean, those 2 picks would certainly bring presence.
Yeah, I'd love to see the Vi come through too, because it's been something that Kanavi has really been exceptional on. And now for TES, I'm curious. Ooh, the Tristana in mid lane is something it's been back and forth. Some series has been incredibly high prio, banned out first 3 every game, and other times you really see it fall to the wayside. But this is what I'd be more excited to see, because not only do you have just the flex possibility, right? But being able to bring it down in the support role, I feel like is a huge option that is available to them if Flandre gets his hands on something that 369 would not want to run the Rumble into. Though, does that even exist?
Does it even exist?
Does it even exist?
That'll be the question, won't it? We have already seen Meiko taking that Rumble. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Yagao goes to the Talia. Ari just left by the wayside. And like you say, it kind of surprises me after how high priority Ari was in previous series, obviously NIP series especially, that Ari's such high priority as well. Rookie and Knight, especially the two players that you really think up for that. But Cream going for the Tristana in the end.
Really
So,
only not Yagao, right? He's really the only one that hasn't been super big on the pick this split.
yeah, that's true. That's true. But to be honest, I don't dislike the Tristana anyway. It gives you a lot of priority in the mid lane, a lot of ability to scrap in the early game, which is exactly the MO for top esports so far. And I like that Viego ban in that context, right? Because you have a lot of ability to finish that first target and set up for those resets.
Yeah, just a lot of damage available in general. I wonder if TES here is going to ban out any of the other aggressive support pairings, things like the Nico still being up if they wanted to go towards the Kalista Nico and really just try and give Missing an easy time at finding those huge ultimates in the fray. They take away the Rek'Sai. The TF gone again. This really puts a question mark for me where Flandre goes, but it does look like they're thinking about that aggressive 2v2 lane down a bot.
It certainly does feel like it, doesn't it? As the Nico comes on through for Missing once again. Such a potent combo. I prefer this Nico to the Nico of the previous game, and the previous game it looked great for Missing. Missing having a much better series than what we saw from him the last time these two teams played. The Renekton locked in the top side for 369, and Tien can go for the Sejuani. It's a tried and true combo that just, it's so difficult to deal with on that top side.
Yeah, and now it even opens up Flandre if he wanted to go kind of just any of the generic tanks. You know, things like the Gragas we've been seeing pop up more, the Ornn, obviously with 369 being in playoffs. Zach
is a tank that's been seeing a little bit more play up to the top side as well.
Would definitely fit their composition, but now that we have these comps fully fleshed out, I like the flex coming out from TS in the end. I was scared of the Nico coming out earlier for JDG, and it feels like you need something like the Rumble to be able to match the prio and the aggression that would be able to come out in the 2v2 from it. 369 is going to be comfortable on his Renekton being able to maintain pushing top, and same with the Tristana in mid. So I think this game, you look at the amount of options that TN should have, and TS as a whole should have in regards to being able to move around the map. It is massive. Prio everywhere.
Yeah,
I guess except bot the first few levels.
Yeah, I mean, Kalista definitely can be terrifying in the first couple of levels, like we talked about in the previous game. Varus takes a couple of levels before his full kit's online, and that's really where he starts to dominate that lane. We'll see if Top Esports can use that prio, though, and take over the map. I'm looking towards Kanavi as well, because I feel like when you're in games like this as the jungler, where you don't have a lot of prio to work with, that's where really creative jungling can come through, and we could see truly incredible moments here in the LPL. Yagao's been looking fantastic today. Let's see if those two can pair up for JDG and influence this early game.
And you know, a lot's been talked about the JDG team fight, and that's what's going to have to come down to this game. When you have things like Call of the Forge God and the ult coming out from Missing on the Nico, like, these are huge tools that if you're finding 3-4-man CCs, your Kalista and Talia should just have a field day in these fights.
They certainly should. Let's see if JDG can bring this composition to life. Much more proactivity in that bottom side once again. No more Zeri today. They're going aggro against Top Esports, who are bringing so much aggression themselves. It feels really fitting to me, Lyric, that Yagao gets his MVP in the first game win for JDG in this series. We talked already about him defeating Creeb in spring playoffs last year, knocking OMG into 4th place, and moving on in the bracket. When he was on BLG, he returns home to JDG, and when it matters the most, when they're in the lower bracket, he steps up to the moment and has such a fantastic game on that Azir. Even in game number 1, his Talia in the early game, those early picks, they were set up by his walls, and he's on that Talia once again.
Yeah, had a great early game in that game 1. Later on, it got a little bit dicier with how he was using the Weaver's Wall, but this is going to be Kareem's chance to step back up with being on the Tristana. I really feel like this pick has just been so dominant. Anytime we actually see it make its way to the Rift, and then to be able to step up and have a big performance after Yagao getting the MVP would be huge. But again, a lot of eyes going to be back to the bot lane, which feels fitting, feels like it's where we've been 99% of playoffs, especially when you have this caliber of bot lane on the Rift, and you can already see the trading coming out in spades.
Yeah, and you know, we've talked about 369 rejoining Top Esports. We talked about Yagao rejoining JDG. We're not really talking that much today about the fact that Mako has joined Top Esports this year, trying to build a new legacy after leaving EDG, a roster move that I don't think many people were particularly expecting from him. But now, a change of scene, and so far so good. He's made it to top 3. Can he make it to finals on his new team against such a prolific organization as well?
I think, you know, would be completely deserved. I think there's a strong argument for JackeyLove and Mako being the best 2v2 over the split holistically. I think there's no argument about BLG playing around bot better and like their bot working with their jungle incredibly well, and obviously Elkanon are insane, but yeah, I mean, those two really being the bot lane in contention. Hell, Missing and Ruler, it was all about them last year, right? Last year was their story and how they were pushing JDG to just conquer the LPL, conquer internationals like MSI. Haven't been able to do it as consistently this split, though with Ruler now going towards the cliffs. Like you said, Zeris are out the window. This is the time.
It certainly is. It feels like this is inevitably just going to be so fun to watch when this starts to kick off on the bottom side. Mako on the rumble as well. Like, it's just sheer aggression. But only when you find those angles. Level 3 pretty big for both bottom lanes. Tien is in the bottom side of the map, but so is Kanavi. So potential for a little tussle over the Scuttle Crab here as Tien uses that Scry's Bloom. Kanavi spots him. They both move towards the mid lane here. As I don't think this will turn into a scrap, to be honest, as Tien realizes, you know, Cream being pushed in here. Not a whole lot they could do in terms of contesting there. But in the meantime, Mako sees an opportunity to charge forward and burn them all alive. But JackeyLove got rooted up by Missing. It turns it into a fairly even trade.
Yeah, both sides, I think, coming out somewhat happy. You did have to use a heal for Missing, but also thanks to that, Ruler has an extra potion over JackeyLove, and you know, those small differences actually really come into play the longer this lane goes on, especially now when you're looking at things like JackeyLove having no mana, those trades getting a bit harder. So we're gonna have to keep our eyes on that. But for now, it actually looks like Kanavi wanting to say hi to his former top laner. He didn't say hi, Munch.
He did not say hi. Oh, maybe he did. Maybe he shouted hi from the river and then waltzed back into his own jungle. Absolutely right, though. You know, last year, Kanavi spending a lot of time towards that top side with 369. They, I'm sure, became good buddies over their time across the course of that last year. Remember, these guys winning MSI together last year, and now in a matchup over who gets to go to MSI. 369 getting a bit of damage down onto Flandre. He's just used that Bellows Breath, and it means the flash is forced out. Kanavi can't do anything to answer.
No, not able to find an angle, so the 369 only going to be set up in a better position. And right, this is a lane you don't even have to care about much. It's okay, 369 will be fine on his own, generate a bit of pressure, opens up for you to turn on these scrubs a lot more easily, and then 369 is going to have the lane set up in top to really just try and bully out Flandre.
Nice little trade there. Yagao in the mid lane as Cream just trying to clear these waves. He's already 20 stacks through his cull as well, as he will be forced to reset by Yagao. So nice little bit of laning advantage for Yagao as Tien does manage to get all 3 of those groups. Importantly though, Drake not taken on the opposite side. JDG don't immediately try and force it. Now pings on towards that as Missing move mid to help Yagao crash it. You can see Kanavi moving over.
Yeah, nice by JDG. Send Missing mid, make sure Yagao gets the easy reset to go for the back. And now you would assume they're probably going to start angling and looking towards this Drake. Red buff will be up for Kanavi soon, so, you know, he'll want to make his way back up towards that top side, but should have some small windows to look down towards bot first and answer. The problem there is Cream already being in mid means he'll be able to push. He could potentially lean down and play in that fog of war. But JDG have a ton of vision in TS's bot side jungle.
They really do.
I guess one ward is not a ton, but around the butt side. Oh, two
Hey,
wards.
look,
Never mind, Munch.
That's 2 wards, actually.
Yeah.
That's 2 wards, so I'd say that's a ton. Or at least it was. Dan's found it. We'll be able to clear some of that vision. Remember, Kanavi getting close to that level 6 mark. It's a big moment as Cream goes very aggressive in the mid lane, but it's as Kanavi's in the area. And that's Buster Shot burnt in the mid lane.
So no kill going to be able to come through, and once again, TN just going to have to come to Shadow and make sure that Cream can get out of here safely, but they turn.
Nice dive forwards from TN as Kanavi now, the target. They can't quite get the stun, and it means the bomb won't go off. The ult comes through, predicting Yakov's flash, but no real follow-up available. I mean, honestly, some of these fights across the course of this series have been really odd to watch. Very, like, disjointed in the way that they're playing out.
Yeah, I think not a great angle there, but they were hoping to find the turn because Kanavi's still not 6. TN does have Smite. Doesn't get it.
Kanavi's now 6, and TN doesn't have his own ultimate available. Weaver's Wall denied by TN, but there's still 2v3 at the end of the day. The stun coming through onto Kanavi, and they find the kill. 2v3, Top Esports just demolishing JDG. Flandre, no flash available, and 369, you just know he'll punish up for that one. Stun comes on through and slices him in 2.
What a beautiful performance coming out from TES. 2v3, like you said, TM denying Yagao for being on the right side of the wall. It's an early game for Nectin, so 369's popping off, and we see Cream benefiting as well with plates in mid.
My lord, what a fight from Top Esports. And if you're Ruler right now down in that bottom lane, you are swiping that sweat from your brow, because that is not how that was meant to go.
I love there the Q from TN onto Yagao. And again, early game Renekton is insane. It's one of the reasons why teams with Renekton usually get those first set of grubs uncontested, gets in there, gets the healing from the Q, and they could very easily follow running this up with the passive from TN. Let's remember that Yagao had to use his TP in mid to avoid dying there, and then 369, I mean, now we're going to be 2-0 up on this Renekton.
Hey, just...
Black Cleaver!
Black Cleaver, man! What is this? 369 just going absolutely insane. Really great stun. Like, set up by 369. TN sets it up then onto Kanavi so that 369 can flash forward and finish that kill. Dodges the knockback. I mean, it was just played immaculately. And now set off to the races. I mean, they could kind of just abandon 369 at this point. TN can just play for the bot side.
And 369 also have a lot of opportunities to move, whether that's just, you know, getting vision in enemy jungle around the Crud camp, helping secure grubs and heralds. Like, there's going to be so much he's going to be able to do now with the amount of pressure he can exert top. And again, crazy. A lot less bot side focus this series, and it's being shown in the Drakes. I feel like every series we've had leading up to this, 5 to 6 minute Drakes now, almost going on the 10-minute mark. And JDG haven't even looked once.
TN, I thought he was going to go for the grubs there. Does have prio. Flandre has flash available now, and his ult is about to come off cooldown as well. This could be a tough dive to pull off, but let's see. Black Cleaver already there for 369 as they dive underneath TN, tanking, using that aftershock. I said it could be tough, not even remotely. Not a bead of sweat on anyone's brow there.
I mean, just having first completed item this early, right, is too much to be able to deal with Flandre looking like paper. So JDG in response finally do pick up a Drake for themselves, and it even looks like they want to stop TN from going for these grubs. With this health bar, I don't think you should be able to get more than one at best, probably.
He's trying to take one without using that smite to potentially contest a second, but well, I mean, with this much presence from JDG, surely there's no way he moves back in for anything here. So we'll just be 4-2 on the grubs once again. That seems like a theme that's starting to build over the course of this series. But just take a second and look at the goal difference right now, because it is 2,500 in favor of Top Esports, and 369 is not walking to the top lane right now, my friend. He is headed to that bottom side. You can see Flandre has swapped Tom down. Ruler are missing a swap top side. 369 is not giving Flandre a second to breathe if he can help it.
No, and this is where, I mean, we're really going to have to see JDG cross-map the hell out of this. Like, anywhere 369 is, will be a losing fight for JDG. So I expect to see Kanavi especially link up against Jackie Love and Mako quite a bit. Again, we're going to see if he ever gets a moment to try to link up too, but that should be really hard up against Tristana with how quickly Cream can just clear those waves.
This feels like it's going to be an incredibly difficult next next few minutes for JDG. Now, one thing I will say, you know, you've got an Ornn on the top side, you've got a Talia in the mid lane. You do scale decently well in the mid game. Oh, nearly a pick there from TN. Nice flash from Yagao, keeps himself safe. Mako had moved in as well, has that equalizer.
I think that is such a nice example, though, of how hard this could be for JDG, because that was very non-committal by TES, right? You're throwing out the Sejuani ultimate, rocket jumping with the Tristana, and immediately Yagao has to flash. It's going to set up for such an easy fight the next time around, whether it be now having to worry about, like, if an equalizer's dropped on you, Yagao, he ain't going anywhere. 369 finds an angle. Like, there's so many things that are going to be so hard, with TES not even having to commit to really create that level of pressure.
JDG moving down towards this bot lane tower, but I really don't know. With TN in the area, 369 being as strong as he is, I'm not sure that this is really the dive angle that they want it to be. Now missing slowed as well, gets knocked up. 369 toying with the idea as a TP towards this top side. Jackie Love flashes in a straight line. And now the Weaver's wall down. Jackie Love nowhere to go on this one. Taken down, Yagao finds a kill.
Yeah, now we're going to have to see if they can answer back on bot. There's going to be some nice plates going over to the JDG side. On the minimap, you could see the posturing coming out from Mako and Tien, but it seems like at the end of the day, I'm just going to send 369 top and decide to cover this lane and make sure no more plates go down to the Talia.
Jackie Love, bit of a unceremonious catch out there for the fact that he flashes as well and still goes down. I will say that ult combo coming out from Ornn and Talia, very good at burning a flash and then punishing that lack of flash immediately with the Weaver's wall. Missing, has been caught out, slowed down here, trying to stack up that stun but can't get the other auto. And Ruler punishes Tien even for looking.
Yeah, sadly, not enough damage here with only the two of them, right? You have literally anyone else with them, 369 Cream or Jackie Love. And maybe you can get a bit off that, but missing. Only going to have to utilize the heal to get through with that one. Dragon up in a minute and a half, but Herald will be up in 30 seconds. We should assume that that one should be JDG's with where 369's right now in the lane.
I mean, 369 is going to finish this tower off, and Flandre, you got to get out of dodge, my friend. That's another 600 gold, basically, into his pocket. He's not recalled since he picked up his boots. I'm curious how much he's going to get. Here's flash from Jackie Love. I mean, not it anyway, but even if you dodge that knockup, the Weaver's wall still stops you.
You're just, exactly. So. He's just dead, right? The flash should have been better, but at the same time, he is just dead. He sees Ornn, panics, presses the flash key, and does ultimately go down. Now Herald up, so again, this should be top esports. We'll see how pressured JDG feel to fight this, because I think there's no world where they win. It looks like they understand that, and they feel like, all right, probably just try and play towards that next dragon, but one shot, that next dragon's coming up soon.
It certainly is, and Equalizer currently on cooldown, but that's the only ultimate that's on cooldown for top esports. I think the Equalizer will be up just shortly after the Drake, so if it's not an immediate take, I mean, top esports will be in prime position to fight for that one, and that is they've got a terrifying combo of abilities, like with the Sejuani ultimate as well as the Barris ultimate to lock people in place with an Equalizer underneath everyone. Like, even with, like you said, the kind of non-committal fighting from top esports is incredibly potent.
Yeah, the one thing they have to fear is Jackie Love has no flash. So, right, Kanavi can just full send it on him. If someone else like Missing can also find an angle, Jackie Love might just go down before he has a chance to play. Once 369 gets involved, it really should be hard for anyone other than Kanavi to find access to the backline.
Looks like top esports not going to actually commit for a fight. Oh, the Weaver's wall denies the Herald. Nicely done there by Yagao. And in fact, JDG not only get themselves the Drake, but the Weaver's wall stops the trade in mid lane.
Yeah, no trade, no fight able to come through, nothing. Despite, again, what a strong position they're in with a 3K gold lead. So a bit behind on the times for TES with 369.
Oh my god, Dominus popped it already. Yagao's basically dead, trying to get away, but there's nowhere to run. Missing forced that flash, and he's absolutely minced. In the meantime, Jackie Love getting dived, and Flandre happy to tank for Ruler.
And right, no flash. Call of the Forge God, we can see from Flandre, you know, came out before we were on screen, so Jackie Love not having a whole lot of room is... Kanavi, you're not going to be able to follow that one.
Uh-oh. Ult combo comes on through, but there's not really a lot of damage onto Cream. The Buster Shot keeps him safe, and 369 has arrived on the scene. The damage is there. Missing will fall, and they walk away with their lives on top.
It is getting messy, it's getting scrappy, but at the end of the day, TS are still the ones coming out ahead. Almost bringing it up to 5k gold lead. JDG, they do have the Ornn. They are stacking up Drake, so there's still a win con there, but look at these bounties and score lines across the whole top half of the map. And this has been the map that we were saying, like, TS leaning on bot lane all playoffs, all about the 2v2. They don't even need that to perform, but here, I mean, again, he has no flash from the previous play. Just great on JDG, calling for it and committing to the dive.
So far, the ults from Flandre have been pretty on point with this Ornn. While he is 0-2, he's playing Ornn, so he's going to be relevant later on regardless. And so far, mechanically looking decent on the champion. It's almost a 5,000 gold lead though, so whether or not that scaling conversation ever enters, especially with Elite Kalista, it's a whole different kettle of fish at this point. 369 has definitely been the top laner to talk about today. JackeyLove as well, having a bit of an awkward game, getting caught out a couple of times, a couple of misplays coming out from him, and great punishment from JDG. Problem is, that punishment really isn't matching the level of punishment that's coming out from top esports elsewhere.
No, and right, it almost worked off so well with them being able to get the dragon, get the hell out of there, deny the herald. But at the same time, it's like once TS really just hard lean one side and go for the committal, it's so hard to be able to answer back at this point in time. I think really until your Talia starts getting exceptionally strong, it's going to be rough. But I do like that they've clearly noticed, hey, our game plan is, you know, blow JackeyLove's flash, have an easy target to be able to follow up on. So we'll see now, especially if Flandre tries to set anything up, because like you've noted, he's had some pretty good Call of the Forge Gods this game to make sure that JackeyLove doesn't have that summoner available.
I like the idea of some of the stuff JDG have been doing this game. Unfortunately, it's just you're against 369, and TN's on the champion that's perfectly setting him up. Dominus actually going to be used on the top side as well. Black Cleaver stacked. Call of the Forge God, can it save Flandre's life? He doesn't even have flash available, and Mako's coming too, but it's gonna, oh no, Mako steals it! You cheeky bugger!
Wanted to come in only for the assist, ends up taking the kill. I thought when his player cam popped up, there'd be some cheeky bants going on, but you know, between them. But seems like Mako is all business. Doesn't matter who gets the kill. All that matters is getting the kill itself and it leading to the dub. Because another thing we need to talk about during break is, you know, even with game 2, so far it looks like TES has been the better team, right? We have a 3-0 to pull from. We're now into our third game, really having a better read on the map and playing out some of these skirmishes and team fights especially. JDG clearly still have had nice moments on the map and in some fights, but this lead just feels insurmountable. Especially again with the Tristana, with how quickly she can just take any objective.
It feels slightly one-sided, doesn't it, Lyric? So far, I really don't think you mind having a bunch of extra gold into your Rumble's pocket either. It's certainly going to be nice for them. Baron spawning in 20 seconds. So is that Hextech Drake, which JDG have done a good job of getting the first 2 Drakes. So at least the Soul is not really a win condition from top esports. But to be honest, I don't think that's going to matter all too much.
No, doesn't feel like, you know, it feels like this game's probably going to come down to a fight around Baron, some type of Baron push. But hell, that also reminds us of another win condition that JDG have. Is that 50-50 Baron coming through? I think TS have been a lot better today about peeling off, not just going, hey, it's already this low, like, just go for the smite, and really having a good idea of how they want to play around that objective. So hopefully it won't fall to that. But again, TS are able to take Dragon or Baron really fast, especially now with Cream being on that second item. Navori finally finished up.
Yeah, the Leandri's almost finished Mako, but he's not able to reset just yet, as Drake will be taken down. JDG in the area, maybe thinking about fighting this. I don't know if it's a fight they can realistically win, but a 5-man presence on this bottom side regardless.
Just making sure that they get all their camps and that they don't allow TS to get in there and take their defensive control wards. So overall, really nice JDG establishing themselves, especially when you look at top side. There's nothing you can take anyway, right? There's no outer turret on top side. Sure, I guess you can try and get a bit more deep vision in there. You already have a ward covering on top of what you already have in the river itself.
Yeah.
So overall, JDG doing a nice job of just shadowing where TS's presence is to make sure that they don't get too much or an objective that's too big.
Oh, Jaculov actually ulting onto missing here, forces the Fate's Call. Ult for ult out of our AD carries. And the Baron up on the map. Fate's Call being down against an Eco is pretty valuable.
Yeah, it's going to be massive. And now it also just means for missing, I mean, he could just be so vulnerable, right? Like we said, TS have a lot of ways to start off a fight from a distance, or at least put some damage down from a distance. So making their way now, already pushing up top, mid-wave clear. They could start getting more aggressive jungle, aggressive vision in the enemy jungle. Even 369 joining up is something I really like. Just making sure that JDG have to feel pressure from all sides of the map.
Moving in towards this mid-tier 1, 369, joining his team, and that is enough presence for JDG to just back away completely. Not too surprising on that one, as 369 just continues to clear this vision away. It's a nice little bit of damage going out from Yangao, but it won't lead to much, and maybe leads to his own demise as Tien gets over the wall. Doesn't commit his own ultimate. I wasn't sure if they were going to try and force something. It maybe would have been an overstep.
I think 369 very clearly looked like he wasn't sure either, right? As he started to walk away, right, as Tien went in. Maybe if they both kept going, you could have forced a flash out of Yagao, but at the same time, I think there would be threat to get collapsed on, especially from someone like Missing still having that Pot Blossom there. So in the end, backing off is the right call. It feels like now this is where, after these resets, that TS should once again just really start looking to poke and prod in that red side jungle. You have Tien's ultimate up. You really should have the ability to, at the very least, start forcing some summoners down right now.
Yeah. And you know, this series kind of is a little reminiscent of Top Esports vs JDG back in 2020. A few of those games did end up going a little bit slower, and then leading to big late game fights. The one downside right now is that Top Esports are so far ahead in gold that I'm not sure the big late game fights are necessarily going to be that even, is the concern. But so far what we've seen from both teams is an ability to hold on in these games, an ability to challenge despite advantages and disadvantages. So I'm hopeful that JDG can find something. And what they showed us in game number 2 as well, the way that they played around the map, gives me hope for this series, that they can challenge a little bit more. Yes, they're behind right now, but the way that they got 3-0'd previously was pretty much down to map play from Top Esports. It doesn't feel like that's as big of an advantage for TES today as it was in the previous series.
And for TES, they had an incredibly close series against BLG. If anyone out there missed it, went all the way to 5 games. I might need to pause because we have a TP coming out from 369. Flandre, say hello.
Oh boy, he has his TP available. He's going to try and get away with a recall. Has flash up as well. A recall ain't going to work. There's a flash. There's a charge as well as 369 looking for a little bit more. The rest of the team coming over. As 369 actually dashes forwards towards Flandre. He is not afraid of the reinforcements from JDG. He just walks at them menacingly, and it pays off.
With the help of the equalizer for Mako, they finally get one. They see Yagao on the bot side, so you know they're going to go for this Baron, and at the very least just try to pull that TP from Yagao.
And now Baron started off, and this is not one that they need to 50-50. Kanavi already chunked as well as 369 playing that zoning game. No dominance available for him, so not as tanky as he'd like. Kanavi just about gets away with his life, but that's his flash gone, his health bar gone. And Top Esports, they don't even fully peel off of the Baron.
No, and like you said, Kanavi's low, so trying to get a bit of health back by fighting these Raptors, but it's gone. Yagao tries to go for the steal, but Tien manages to get away.
The flick pack not quite enough. Tien getting solo there, but great play from Top Esports. Not just 50-50, that's what we want to see.
Yeah, again, it's been a lot better in that regard coming out from TES today. The amount of fear that, how fearless 369 was in that top brawl, especially as I'm thinking like, man, your dominance is timing out, it's ticking down. I don't know if you could do this still. No fear in the world. Great to see from JDG.
4-0-4. He's wanting a second MVP, I think, right now. This is, or at least the way it's going right now, it feels like he's the candidate for me. And Jaculov sat there, 0-2-0. He represents me in solo queue. The rest of these are my wins in solo queue when the top laner pops off or the mid laner pops off, and I'm just trying my best not to die more.
Yeah, that's how it goes. Is, you know, I saw TP coming out in mid, and I don't know why them waiting in brush and top made me think that something was going to happen, but it looks like much that JDG could potentially just lose some of their base for free.
realistically, I don't know how hard they could contest anyway.
Yeah, true.
It's the, I mean, the siege composition as well. It's a lethality Varus and a Tristana in the mid lane. And then you've got so much snap, engage, and damage from long range from the supporting cast. It feels so incredibly difficult to break the siege from the side of JDG. Flick back onto Cream. Yakav's been doing a good job of landing those Ws. It's just, the team is so far behind. I don't know how much you can follow up on it. Flandre kicked out of the bottom side.
So gonna just have to back off for now, but still, they're fine playing this out. Hell, they still even have tools to try to force JDG back, like the Equalizer. Play we see many times, right? Drop the Equalizer, force them back, and just finish off the two yourself. Looks like they might not even need to do that here with having two Baroned up cannons.
Just playing it slow and steady. You can see 369 moves over to that mid lane while everyone's here defending on the bottom side, the long range damage. They can just keep this up all day long. They've still got a full minute of Baron remaining. And they'll just keep it going. The cannon finally dies, but with this wave, everybody can move in. That'll be one inhib tower taken. 369 clears the next wave. You can see it's moving on forwards. Flandre tries to start the play. Not buffered by Cream. This is the chance as the Pop Blossom hits 3 as well. But can they finish the carries? The answer is no. 369 doesn't even bat an eye. TES lose nothing as 369 tries to finish Ruler on the fountain. This was a massacre. Top Esports complete control in the third game of the series. And Jackie even gets one at the end.
TES now 1 game away from making MSI. They've never been. Let's think back to 2020. You know, the year when Top Esports were the top team, when they were, you know, going to finals. There was no MSI that year, Munch. We had MSC. So it would be great for TES pick up one more game and finally make it to that international event.
I have to say, Top Esports looked real good at MSC as well. It's a shame that that tournament is kind of just discounted. Obviously, you know, it wasn't the same level of as MSI, but even still, disappointing for them that year that they didn't get to show off in the way that everyone wanted. They are 1 game away from having that opportunity to show off on the international stage. We'll find out if they can do it after the break.
When you know that you're the best and you really got nothing to prove. clouds move closer, burnt with the deepest red. Oh, beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will reach.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the LPL. I'm Jeannie, joined with Naimera and Trouble after another win on the side of Top Esports, putting them 2-1 in the lead.
Who's gonna say it? Am I gonna say it?
Go for it.
This could have very easily just been a 3-0 right now. We could have been talking series. The only reason this is not a 3-0 is due to one team fight, one last breath from the side of JDG. I'm just gonna go and straight ahead say this. Top Esports look like the better team today.
Yeah, hugely so. I think particularly when you look towards the early impact in the game, we've seen a couple of games where bot lane really well played around by TN in the early game, getting early ganks down there, setting up Jackala for success. This game, it was kind of the opposite, but either way, anywhere that JDG are focusing on the map, Top Esports are getting there first, and they're doing better there.
And that's a worry that we had, particularly coming into the series when it comes to JDG and the lack of their adaptability, specifically when they had already played Top Esports back in Game 8 during the bracket. It's a little bit of a scary situation to be in here because this could genuinely, the next game, be the game. But we have the MVP as well in terms of some of the top performing, emphasis on top performing players here. Do you wanna go for it?
Top performing players,
Top
Namera.
performing top esports player.
You had an entire graphic prepared about
Yeah.
369 on how good he is on his carries. And today versus Flandre, he has not played a single tank.
Yeah, we're just going to trust that you remember that graphic, and let's just look at some eye candy instead. Because 369, there's been a debate about this guy. He's come back to Top Esports. Last time he was here, he was a really big carry player. He was a big tank player on JDG, his opponents today. So what's he going to play, tanks or carries? He's kind of been a carry
Yes.
on the bruises. The answer is yes. That's a great way to put it, because it feels like he is doing a massive amount of work, being disruptive, doing damage, but he doesn't have to play an out-and-out carry or an out-and-out tank.
And I'm actually really in awe on the fact that Top Esports are willing to put resources towards the top side of the map.
in the
Especially, absolutely, especially since they have picked such an early game aggressive bot lane. Since we know how much they like to push through Jackalob, we saw in the previous clip, putting these two early kills onto 369. He took over the entire map, and unfortunately for JDG, there was just no answer.
Yeah, and you know, we've had questions about JDG and the early game against Top Esports. I'm not necessarily going to say this is adaptability this time, because they played towards bot side, then they tried to play towards top side. That's a market difference. The problem is, when you're playing top side early game versus a Renekton at level 7, that is just not the way to play the game. You have an Ornn, you're against a Renekton Sejuani, you are going to lose top side of the map in the very first few levels of the game. And that, to me, after they had made that mistake, because they didn't have that heads-up awareness to realize they were playing into too many enemy strengths, that's what threw the game away from them, because then suddenly, you know, 369 walks away with another MVP.
Yeah, we were looking at this game particularly, and we were expecting changes or adaptations from JDG. We were expecting hopefully not another Urgot, and that's exactly what we've got. But regardless of the fact that that was the case, it didn't feel like it was enough, and it clearly wasn't, because when you're looking at the gold graph, particularly from the side of Top Esports, they started off strong and finished off stronger.
Ornn is your highest damage on the side of JDG. What is going on?
I mean, you focus around topside and you get some damage. Look, Brittle Crocs do something. I think the problem here is actually, there's another point to this too. I really want to shout out Mako for his game as well. I think this Rumble was very impactful. You know, Mako, he's another player which has left one of his franchise organizations. We've had a lot of that in the LPL over the last few years. Scout leaving EDG, Mako now leaving EDG as well. He had 1,100 games on that team. Came over Top Esports and said, look, I want to find myself in greener pastures. I think that the support player from Top Esports has been absolutely pivotal. And on this Rumble, he's showing he can play something a little bit different too. So Top Esports, it's not just one player stepping up. Everyone is starting to flex their both their champion pools and just their gameplay.
And talking about all this flexing on the side of Top Esports, I'm gonna put myself on the JDG fan side, and it's like, we need to see more. We're talking about Rula, arguably the best player in 2023. And we're coming into this series. I have not seen him. His support was pulling out more damage. That bot lane 2v2 has not worked out. Game 1, so many kills on Zeri, so many missteps. The positioning is not there. I feel like JDG are falling very short in terms of macro as well. And right there, we saw that Flanter has played 3 games of tanks and it has not worked out. I'm just gonna sit here and say, and I know you don't wanna hear it, switch gears. 369 is on point, put Sheer back in and fight that fire with fire.
And, you know, we're now at a point where JDG lost 1 best of 5 the entirety of last year. That was their Golden Road run. They had 1 loss, and that was in World Semifinals.
Yep.
They're almost to 2 best of 5 losses in halfway through spring, at the end of spring. This team...
The same team.
Exactly. and you just have to say, you know, JDG, they have expected better. They will want better from themselves. They're a 3-peat champion currently right now. They're trying to see if they can get themselves towards the 4th. I mean, Genji managed to do some damage today earlier as well, but I'm really looking forward to see whether JDG can bounce back. That is the pedigree that they have earned themselves.
It's not just the fact of JDG being a 3P champion in terms of locally in the LPL, it's also the fact that they are the defending MSI 2023 champions as well. So missing out on this game, having this be the last game of the series, not being able to push top esports to their limit means that they cannot even go to MSI and defend their title. So it is now do or die for JDG. And whether or not they'll be able to complete that, we're gonna find out as we're heading into the next game of the series with Munch and Lyric.
Thanks so much, everyone at the lounge. You're absolutely right. JDG, the 3P, the MSI champions. But you know what the difference is today? 369 is on the other side of the scoreboard. And boy, is he looking good for it. JDG, they might just be defeated by their own top laner.
Yeah, it's kind of rough, right? I mean, TES are just looking absolutely monstrous today. 369, what a form that this guy is in coming into this series. And, you know, Nymera used the word disruptive on the desk, and what a great word, right? Like, in no team fight is he, like, necessarily coming in front to back, destroying you. He's always finding an angle, always finding a flank, and just being such a nuisance to JDG.
Yeah, I mean, also just... disruptive is one word for it, and I definitely agree he has been disruptive, but also when he just sort of slowly walks at Flandre, pops Dominus, and then finishes the kill like twice across that game as well, with his support moving up to finish things off, Mako getting a little bit of a goal for himself. Like, that is just a level of domination that you don't often expect to see at this level. We're in the top 3 of the LPL right now, and even still, we're seeing that kind of essentially solo kill action happening in that top lane. Across the map though, so far so good for top esports. We'll have to see how this draft goes, because you expect JDG to be back on the blue side again, and the red side draft from top esports in game number 2 leaving something to be desired, we'll say.
Yeah. It was, I mean, right? And I don't just want to boil it down to one pick, but still did not love the Corki. Cream didn't have the best performance on it. It did not work out. So there's definitely still some avenues for JDG to find a way, you know, back into the series. But sadly, it's really just been the decision making that hasn't quite been there. Again, a lot of people question their adaptability after their last series against TES, but I feel like, you know, that wasn't a problem during the regular season. That hasn't really been a problem. Like, it wasn't a problem against NIP. Hasn't really been a problem here today. The drafts have changed up, or they've tried to put pressure has changed up from game to game. But again, it's just been like small decision making, fighting towards the top side when it is an early game Renekton and letting him be so huge. So it's nice that the progress has been there, but I just don't know if there's enough time coming into game 3. Maybe we need some kind of large shakeup in terms of draft just to have a different look.
Yeah, I do wonder what JDG's approach to this draft is going to be as well, whether they do still stick to this more aggressive bot side that we've seen that has been working to some extent for them, being able to pressure Jackie-Love a little bit and not fall too far behind. You know, we saw game number 1, that Lucian really taking over. The problem is when you've got 369 doing these things on the top side as well, that doesn't necessarily solve all of the issues that you've got in this series. I wonder if the conclusion will be to try and go back towards a scaling draft. I don't think it would be necessarily a positive conclusion for JDG, but it's definitely what they've been comfortable doing across the course of the year. We'll see if that's the conclusion they come to. We'll also see what the conclusion is for top esports going on to that red side.
Yeah, I kind of want to like hone in on JDG, because I feel like one thing that we need to take into account now is like, hey, top lane has been a problem. It seems like they need to get rid of Rumble in the first 3 sets of bans because there's always the possibility that TES can pick it early. And again, it's going to be a flex pick. Like, that can go bot, that can go top. If 369 has that, what is Flandre playing to it? I'm not sure. 2, if they're going to go towards that Rek'Sai, just finally taking away the Urgot. I mean, they had the chance to ban it 4 or 5 both times that it ended up going through. And sure, in the second game, it wasn't able to find the same impact, but still, I feel like with Flandre having such a set pool of champions he's going to, and again, it's all the things that are really strong right now in the meta. You just got to really make sure that 369's not finding that same level of impact.
Yeah, the hard thing is that, like, with 369 now on the red side as well, like, if you can't blind pick something like the Urgot, right? It has to be a ban against that pick because, like, Urgot is just going to get destroyed by, like, a ranged top laner or whatever in the right scenario if you do go for that blind pick. We've already seen 369 is very happy to go for very specific count picks in, for example, the Urgot, but also that Quinn that we saw, while it didn't work out necessarily, we saw that matchup coming out from him. We've seen that he is confident to go for specific counter picks. So we'll see. I don't know if the blind pick of an Urgot would work, but certainly something that can deal with it and maybe just banning it off of the table. Here we go. Draft number 4. JDG now have to fight their way back in the series. And interestingly, it's the Tristana that they felt was the problem in that mid lane. And it's responded with Yagao's Azir.
Yeah, I like it. Like I said, I feel like Tristana's been a menace. I believe after that game, she's now 13 and 3 in playoffs. So absolutely just, again, a terror. But now we come back into it. A lot of different bans, especially towards that mid lane pool. So it's going to be interesting to see if things, again, like the Ahri, which we were hinting at early, rise in prio, how much JDG feel they could just keep leaning back in on the Taliyah. Yeah. But my eyes go, once again, Lucian Kalista being open.
This is scary, though, to lock the Kalista when Ashe hasn't been banned away, when Draven's available for JackeyLove as well.
True.
This is hard. Like, if they do go for, like, Draven and Ashe, or even just Ashe and then another priority pick and go Draven 3rd, like, that's really hard to play into.
They could go, like, theoretically, you could even go something like the Rumble. I guess it wouldn't be a flex pick if you're picking with the Ashe, though, so maybe a bit less valuable than it would otherwise be, but they could go with a strong blind in another lane, save that Draven 4-3 to just make sure they get the better of a matchup. But no, I agree. I feel like Draven Ashe would have been such an insane call if they wanted to just really be strong in that bot lane 2v2. But the Senna coming back through, we haven't been seeing this lately for TS because it's been banned in quite a few games. But this signals to me that we're going to see them pay a bit more attention to the top side.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cream goes for the Ahri. It's been ignored all series long. And it sets up for potentially the Vi for TN if they want to go for that on the 3rd one. Whether they feel like they need to go for the support alongside the Senna, we'll have to see. And there's an option now for JDG. They can answer with a Taliyah, take the Vi themselves and try and get that combo for them. Oh, wait, the Vi's banned. What am I talking about? The Vi take it off the board, but the Taliyah are going to come through for Yagao anyway with the Azir banned to have that early presence. The early game has looked good from him. Whether or not it can work out again. And actually the Ashe taken off the board.
So, again, a lot of presence going to be there for the 2v2 down in bot now. You have a mid laner that's going to want to enable that. So we know for JDG it's going to be a lot about the 3v3s towards bot side this time. With the Enchanted Crystal Arrow being up on the opposite side, I think that Tahm Kench would make a lot of sense, having that eat there and ready to be able to get JackeyLove, you know, just out of there. And for people who, you know, maybe are just tuning into LPL for the first time this playoffs and haven't seen the Senna, I mean, JackeyLove, on top of being a premier Draven and playing a lot of the aggressive champs, has really been the go-to Senna player in the LPL over the past few years. Hell, even thinking back all the way back to like 2020 Worlds, when he was one of the only people who was really piloting that champion at such a high level.
Yeah, I feel like Photic, another player that has loved that Senna, but I mean, let's be honest, JackeyLove replaced Photic on top esports, so who's the real Senna?
Catching a stray, man.
Just throw that one at Photic, take that, mate. Oh dear, poor guy. Here we go though, bans coming on through once again as the Nocturne taken away from TN, removing some of those some of the junglers that can focus well on a side lane, because this entire composition from top esports is looking at 369. So anything that TN can have to set 369 up, obviously, is going to be a nice target.
Yeah, and I'm really looking at, I wonder if they're just going to lean back into something like the Renekton, I always love when you have Cinnabot with something topside, a bruiser that already has lots of sustain right, Renekton, Aatrox, these things that can just make them feel even more unkillable if we get into these brawls, then can just serve as a, pretty nice meat shield later on. We'll see what JDG has the read on in terms of if they want to try and ban out any top laners, or if they're like, hey, it's a lost cause, they can always just pick 5 top, go for the counter, and it seems like that's going to be the read in the end.
So Xin Zhao comes through. Not too surprising there with the Jax ban, setting up for that pick. What is Flandre willing to blind pick becomes the question. Rumble would certainly be an interesting answer. It's not necessarily a pick that you think of Flandre for. It's something that does well into that Renekton, so potentially denying the Renekton as the strategy.
Yeah, and like you said, it's not really been something Flandre's been playing. He's played it once this split. It was not a win, but still, it's going to help them. I mean, look at their lanes, man. Ashe support, throwing volleys at you nonstop. You have the rumble up in topside with that flame spitter to just maintain push. And now, ooh, I love the Viego right alongside it. You have so much damage to try and just ensure that you get that reset and you get Kanavi popping off in team fights.
We'll see if we can find the angle. Looks like not a hard answer to the Rumble in the top side from 369, not the carry that we were looking towards with the center in the bottom side with the potential setup. Still have decent damage with this composition. Looks like 369 just going to slam that Cassante to finish things out. So a lot of potential for mid-game skirmishing from both teams, honestly. You've got huge power spikes from the center in the mid-game. You've got obviously the Ahri, the Xin Zhao, very, very powerful picks, but you're up against like Kalista, Ashe in the bottom lane, the Taliyah, the Viego, Rumble. Like, this is a powerful composition from JDG when it comes to scrapping around the 20-minute mark.
Exactly, right? For JDG, they're going to be playing with Pryos in their side lanes early on. They have a ton of damage at 6 to, again, set up Viego to be able to take over. For TS, I feel like it's going to have to be a bit slower. If you're finding early game aggression, it's going to be around your Xin Zhao and your Ahri. And even as the game goes on, a lot of it becomes kind of kiting out or playing around the initial burst that JDG's composition brings. If you can get out of that, if the equalizer doesn't turn out to be impactful, you dodge the first seismic shove, then your continuous DPS coming out from things like the Senna and the amount of frontline you have should really be able to take over. But that is going to be a tough task with the amount of proactive tools that JDG's comp can bring to the table.
And I think this is something that a lot of people at home were wanting to see today. After how passive the compositions have been from JDG across playoffs, people were asking for more proactivity, more aggression, and JDG here in game number 4 are bringing nothing but proactivity and aggression. This is a comp that wants to get down and scrap with you. And top esports now, they're going to be the ones fighting from the back foot. They're going to be the ones that you expect to fall behind in the early game. The question will be, can their mid-game weather the storm that JDG are bringing to their doorstep?
It's kind of interesting bunch. Backs against the wall for JDG, leaning into a very different look. Honestly, same though could kind of be said for TS without their backs being against the wall, right? Leaning into something we haven't seen.
Fronts against the
wall. At least in playoffs, yeah. Yeah. So, something we know they could play, compositions they brought out through the regular season, but again, not really in playoffs. Leaning up towards this top side. Shouldn't be able to find anything on the Flandre.
Yeah, Flandre going to be playing the Rumble in the jungle. Except not in the jungle. But look at this. Late invade comes through in the end. Flandre hasn't seen it just yet. He moved back into his lane.
And they're committing for the swap.
Okay, shenanigans. Absolute shenanigans occurring here in the LPL here in game number 4. When JDG play for aggressive lanes, top esports shake their head. And they don't even entertain the idea.
They completely dodge out on them, thinking, hey, we have the Cassante. He should be able to absorb pressure a lot easier. Maybe not this early. I mean, he's going to get absolutely mauled by Kalista Ashe in that lane. but you're hoping that you could do a similar thing up in top lane. You have the sustain coming out from Jackie Love, and now Mako on the Tom Kench isn't going to feel anywhere near as bad being on the melee champion.
So now he's going to pretty much be denied. My favorite little mini game you can do where we have these lane swaps, which I'm warning you guys at home now, this could be a big feature in MSI. It's the game of which top laner can get a single CS first. So far, 2.5 minutes into the game, we're still at 0-0 between the top laners. We'll see who can find that fateful CS at the first moment. It looks like it is, in fact, going to be Flandre. He gets the wooden spoon.
Oh, he's kind of being separated. We'll see if Tien can at least force a flash here.
He doesn't just get a wooden spoon, he gets a tip. And a spear behind it as well. That's going to be flash forced from Flandre. Tien very happy with that one. And so many minions going to be going down there. 369 still level 1, still not a single CS. And Kanavi threatening a dive now on the bottom side. Ghost going to be popped by 369. Has the W to buffer a lot of the damage. And CC missing. Walks away with his life. The Ruler gets chunked by the tower, but it's enough for first blood.
Great by JDG, not even allowing 369 to hit that level 2 point. Like we said, their life was going to be rough over here for the Cassante, but both top laners, I mean, having a hell of a time. It's all about funneling into the AD carries, dodging out on some of the harder matchups.
So 369 now commits his TP. Will he survive, though? The stun doesn't land from Kanavi, and actually, he's locked a Ruler under the tower. The tower shot not quite enough, but it was damn close. Now the redive. Once again, Kanavi tanking up here. 369 gonna die for a second time as Kanavi gets the reset, and yet more minions die under this tower.
And I like the gumption, the moxie to TP back down there, try to make something happen under Ruler, but I don't see any world where you were not just going to get redo with how many minions were waiting in the wings. So JDG really feeling fortunate. Oh,
Tien.
no.
That's a red buff as well. Kanavi has flash. Oh, he face plants into the wall, and the thumbs down comes out from Tien.
I gotta say much. Over the years of all the JDG top esports back and forth, this series has to be the weirdest, like most uncharacteristic gameplay that we've ever seen in this matchup. Kanavi, the flash hurts so bad. For TES finally being able to find an answer back because Ruler has been being absolutely funneled gold so far, even having a bit of a bounty there. 2-0-0 up on the Callista.
Yeah, he's feeling good. Tien, this is cheap. Just waits in the brush as well. Dive straight onto Kanavi there, red taken away, and I mean, he tries to get to the wall. He fails.
What a great read, though, by Tien, though, right? Because it's like, okay, you're playing up towards top side, they're playing towards bot. Instead of going for that top lane scuttle crab, kind of circumventing, working his way around to set that trap play, which is really nice to see from Tien.
Yeah, really smart gameplay coming out from him, using that Xin Zhao to find an early lead, despite how far ahead Ruler is currently. I mean, naturally, he's going to build an individual lead against the Senna. You expect that, but the 2 extra kills are just a cherry on top of everything else. 2-1, and a big gold lead to start us off for JDG. It feels like they've won out the lane swap, even though it was top esports that started.
Yeah, and now Tien might be able to find a bit of a time here. He's going to be spotted out by the ward.
Can they find the angle? Ruler, no, summon is available and gets caught by Mako. The root will land as well. Ruler down, Tien forced to flash, and it's a kill into Jackie Love's pocket is missing. Licked on the way out.
TES hoping to get a bit more there, but with Kanavi making his presence shown, only going to be kept to the 1 kill, but still, that's 1 kill on Jackie Love, and again, a small bounty going over as well. I believe it was 250 gold. You'll take every bit you can get when you're on this Senna, and you know, just trying to scale your way up to being a menace.
The wave in a really awkward spot up top as well. I'm pretty sure Jackie Love and Mako can just hold that there pretty much forever. There was a huge amount of minions. Yeah, there you go. They can clear out the cannon, clear out a couple of those melees. They can just freeze this if they really want to. But you can see Ruler has moved down to that bottom side once again. He prefers the matchup into 369, it turns out.
Well, it's also Dragon coming up, and one thing JDG have been doing really well so far in this first 6 minutes, right, is like, hey, again, they kind of got the better end of the lane swap with those 2 dives, so Ruler's feeling really strong, so just constantly rotating him to wherever the objective is. They know they're going to get it, and it means TS now not getting any of the first 2 grubs, not getting this first Drake, and yeah, things going pretty nice so far for JDG, even if TS have managed to keep up in gold.
I feel like this kind of meta really rewards like ARAM players, where you're not really playing the matchups that you're so used to playing. You're not playing the matchups that you've practiced all year long. Like, we just had Flandre crashing the wave mid as Rumble. Like, how many times has Cream played against a Rumble in the mid lane? It feels like you get to see a little bit more from the two teams. Is 369 actually going to use a Ghost to try and get up to this top lane and just get as much CS as physically possible. He's 20 CS down right now in this game, using the Ghost literally just as a way to get an XP range for that cannon and get as much of this CS as possible.
Yeah, he you know, gonna be a bit less safe in lane if they commit resources to trying to just run him down, but I think TS know they aren't going to be opting into any straight-up team fights for a while, so at least won't need that in that regard, and now wanting to try to find avenues to just punish Ruler and Missing.
Yeah, you gotta get out of there, JDG. This is not a fight that you can win. And now, finally, they get to deny some CS. A little bit of revenge for what's been going on in the early game to their own top laner. Clearing that wave, just letting the wave die in the meantime to that tower as they move over. They'll grab that bit of plate gold. Cream and Jackie Love happy to share that. Maybe even get a bonus plate as well. I love that they're just sticking around as well. No sense in stopping.
Look at the experience differences. TN 6, Kanavi still only 5. You know, top esports spot lane 5 and 6 to 5 and 4 of JDGs, and more XP being denied down in that bot side. Small things like this are really making a nice difference for TES.
And you know, one of the big things that we've said about top esports is how well they play the map. I feel like a lane swap meta, it really suits them as a team. And even though JDG, it felt like, got the better of the very early lane swap with the dives onto 369, overall, like, top esports have closed that gap once again.
And look at this. Both of them have their ultimates before even one ult is there for either of JDG's bot laners. Really nice dive.
369 in trouble. Buffers a lot there with the W. The railgun comes through. Mako TPs into the play, denying the dive onto 369 and denying all of this investment from JDG on the top side.
And one ult for 2 when we're about to have the second spawn of Grubs coming up too, getting plates and mid. A lot of good things going over to TS, but Yagao, all right. Looks like he was thinking about it with the fact that Kanavi was making his way over, but that would have been really greedy pathing with how far behind Kanavi was if they committed, so I like they decide not to pull the trigger in the end. And with no Equalizer, with no Weaver's Wall, it seems like JG are like, hey, it's fine. They can have their 3 Grubs. Let's focus on clearing these camps, which is the right decision.
And the fact that you moved everyone up to this top side to answer that dive means that now the Grubs get to be sort of the reward for that rotation on the side of top esports. So 3 for 3 on the Grubs. 15k on either side. The only differentiation right now is where that gold is within the rosters and that first Drake that was picked up by JDG.
I also love the play of TES, you know, pulling out the Senna and going towards this style of composition in what could potentially be the last game of the series. You know, letting BLG know, hey, there's still some threat here. You still have to respect our Senna. We haven't really been playing it that much because, again, it's been banned quite a bit, but always there in the back pocket how well they've played so far. Kind of sucks. Ruler and Missing were able to get off to such a good start, but haven't been able to find the impact since. And now, I mean, technically losing out in CS to Senna and Tom Kenich is a Callista Ashe. Not a good place to be in. Oh.
TP behind enemy lines. It's Cream that wants to dive in the top side. Uses that Scryer's Bloom to clear the ward and instantly answered the TP from Yagao. In the meantime, though, 369 has found Flandre and delivers him on a silver platter over to TN. Finds the W. Can they finish the kill, though? Flandre now having Flash on cooldown. Will be slowed. Will be knocked back. No. Q3 couldn't quite come on through, didn't manage to stack it in time. Flandre gets away. Looks like everyone got away on the top side as well.
Okay, a bit of a trade in mid. Cream looks like he's winning out on it.
Oh, Flandre stuck around the flash forwards and the finish off from 369. The equalizer, not enough.
No, so nice. They stay persistent. They're able to find the kill in the end, and they're not losing anything anywhere else. Hell, if anything, and it looked like Cream was potentially on the winning end. That trade in mid if there was any reinforcements there. JDG, it's the smallest of consolation prizes.
Arrow in the mid lane. It hits onto Cream. The flick back is there. Kanavi's moving in as well. But the railgun keeps Cream alive for a second. And he flashes forwards for the kill. What a play from Cream to go 1-for-1.
Cream finds the 1-for-1. Jackie Love made it possible, though. The ult and the heal from the Q, making sure he could survive that initial burst for then to be able to follow up on the play. But still, it does lean Kanavi into getting one himself. But I feel like as TES, when you were on the receiving end of JDG's play, you're very happy about that. And look at the minimap. Looks like Tien even already starting off this dragon with Kanavi going back to finish off his Kraken Slayer.
What a performance so far. What a game here at game number 4. This is exciting. This is the first time this series where it feels like we're really going towards that mid game. And even Stevens on the scoreboard. Ever so slight goal lead for Top Esports, but not that much to talk about. Cream having a huge play there in the mid lane. And remember, he's never made it to an international tournament before. If he can just win one more game in this series, he will make it to MSI. And it's not just Cream either. It's Top Esports as an organization. They never made it to MSI before. They've never managed to top out the spring split. And, you know, we've only recently had multiple seeds. Cream is caught by yet another arrow. That cooldown is so short. This time, can he get away? No, he cannot. Ruler grabs the kill for himself, and now JDG want a little bit more face call to follow up on the engage. TN knocked into the air as missing.
Ooh.
Has gone too deep on this one. Kanavi threatening the backside, but he's threatened himself. He goes down, and it's Mako to grab the kill as he dives under for more. Jackie Love chasing. Root lands onto Yagao, but they don't have the damage to finish it off. Mako trying to escape, but he's flicked back, gets the shields before he goes down. Jackulov has a bit of sustain for his supporters missing. Gonna be rooted up. Ruler getting onto the front line as Tien goes back in once more. How are they still going in this one? Yagao falls as Jackulov just has so much range. Missing, goes down. The heal at the last second is Jackulov's dream.
Jackulov and Mako popping off and rinsing JDG in this what ended up being a 2v3 at the very end of the skirmish. Massive play by them. 4-0-2 now on the Senna. Like, my God, TS really have played around this early game immaculately from JDG being the one to come in and try to set the pace with this composition. It just hasn't been able to work.
And after that last game as well, where Jackulov was 0-2-0, while the rest of the team was winning the game, it's him that grabs the triple kill. 4-0-2 on the center, a pick that this team hasn't been relying on. He shows up once more and reminds the world that you have to fear this pick.
Yeah, you do. You just have to put respect on Jackulov's name overall, having a really good game so far in the Senna. And with this Herald up, I mean, look, they're doing it by the book, pushing in mid wave. They've already got some shallow vision in river and towards the enemy jungle. They're just going to set up for this to be able to come through. I'm kind of surprised that we aren't seeing JDG maybe lean a bit heavier into this, especially with the fact that we just saw Flandre use that equalizer. But it seems like just valuing getting a reset down so he can't be punished after the play comes through. And here, I like the idea of the initial pick, right? JDG's comp is essentially a pick comp. This is where it gets kind of awkward, though, because they're trying to run them down and look for the engage, but they don't really have, like, a great front line, like a great body to just throw in front of it all. He, for some reason, just skipped into the second part of this fight, but Jackulov here hits the binding, is able to just play and tether off the edge of his range perfectly while Tien and Mako buy space. And then it's here where I love that he's the onus of like, hey, I just need to flash in, finish this one off, and we have a 1v2 to end Ruler's life.
That Q just so last split second. In the meantime, Mako saves his AD carry, kicks Jackulov out to safety, and realistically, they cannot follow up onto Mako. My goodness, Top Esports are here to play, but it's still just 100 gold between the two teams. This is easily the closest game of the series so far today. And I'm so glad that we get a game like this today. I was worried that JDG would just fall out of the series, but no, fighting tooth and nail on both sides. And we'll see what on earth happens now in the mid-game. Next Drake not up for another 90 seconds.
And for JDG, it becomes really clear, right? You're playing around, especially your Enchanted Crystal Arrow right now, trying to set up a pick, burst someone out immediately, and then being able to turn that into an advantageous position where things like the Weaver's Wall and Equalizer can really threaten TS too much where they have to back off an objective or win the fight. TS, though, it's going to be a lot more just about the straight up front to back, right? You have enough frontliners to where you can buy enough time and potentially take out people like Kanavi on the Viego with Jackulov and Cream before the rest of JDG are taking down 369 or Tien. So, yeah, I think two very different games that these teams are going to be looking to play going forward.
Does feel that way, doesn't it? Top Esports, like you say, sort of protecting Jackulov to some extent, trying to keep him safe as Tien moves up towards that top side with the Warden Tri-Brush. Inslandre had information there, spots TN again as he walks away from the play. So nothing coming from that one. Drake up in 20 seconds. TN up on that top side of the map. He's gonna make a beeline down to contest in this mid lane as fast as possible.
So just dropping the Herald for now. We're gonna see, it's interesting, right? He's moving up towards topside despite Dragon coming up on the Rift right now.
The wall just a little bit shy, so it doesn't stop the Herald's charge. We saw Yagao doing that, I think it was game 1 of the series, if I'm not mistaken. Certainly earlier in the series anyway. Did see that working out. Doesn't work this time. And with Weaver's wall down, that's a bit of an issue with Drake spawning onto the map. Honestly, Top Esports can move into River pretty much with impunity.
Yeah, always arrow, but it's only onto the Tom Kench.
Cream goes wide at the charm as well. Mako tanky flashes out to safety. Kanabi is so low already. And Tien knocks him up, will finish the job. The spear goes deep into the hearts of JDG as 369 finds his way onto the backside as well. Dashes out to safety. Mako saves his top laner. And Top Esports practically wiping JDG. Only 2 remain.
And I thought it looked so good for JDG to start off with just because of Blandre's equalizer. It was zoning off 3 members of TES. What was it? TN and 369 in the back line just doing work. And now gonna lead to another fight win for Top Esports, another Dragon, and only furthering this gold lead as Cream can TP top to try and save this turret from Yagao.
And it's heartbreaking to see how one-sided this jungle matchup has been as well, with Kanabi falling so far behind. This was a comp sell for him to get the resets, but he's the one going down first.
And again, look at like 3 members kind of sectioned off. I guess Jacqueline able to get involved now, but Tien and 369 just able to run forward and really prevent any action from being able to come out on JDG's side. And again, when you're JDG and you're running these types of champs that do really well, in retrospect to other champions with 1 and 2 items and you're not winning, it's so hard. It's great. Great spear rush from Cream.
First time this game he's actually dodged one of those arrows. Is about the 9th arrow that's been thrown at him. I can't believe quite how often these arrows are coming out missing. Very proactive on the pick. But it's not really led to that much. Like, a couple of the arrows hitting Mako, which doesn't really work out. Yes, they got the 1 pick on Cream, but earlier on, the first arrow that hit Cream, it turned into a kill for Cream. The second one, yes, was a pick, but then that turned into Jackie getting a triple kill. It feels like even though these arrows are hitting, even though he's being proactive, it's never turning into anything for JDG.
No, and it's like they almost don't have enough pieces in play for them to ever really be able to convert it into a kill. You can also see things like right now where most of Top Esports having those flashes up means it would be really hard to follow up on a play without burning some of those summoners first. And honestly, Top Esports has done a great job of like covering wherever JDG are going to go. They've read their pressure really well. Even that play in topside that we just saw, right? Jackie was already pathing towards top with Tien in tow. And yeah, just these plays really aren't there. TES doing such a great job in this series overall at being able to counteract JD Gaming.
The Spirit Rush came out from Cream there, forces out Yagao's own ultimate. Just sheer respect coming through as Tien. Forced the flash as well. Trying to get that ward, but will not be able to find it. Missing now, getting a little bit of damage down, but the Honey Fruit pretty much answers it. And missing suddenly is the target. Instead, Equalizer comes on through though. Jacqueline getting absolutely chunked, and Mako has to eat him up early on in the play. 369 though, soaks the arrow, gets his team out of dodge.
Again, really nice equalizer placement coming from Blandre. It's kind of a nice change of pace when it feels like a lot of supports we've been seeing play Rumble a little bit too fast with the equalizer timings. But sadly, this is what we set up for in draft that TS have to do, right? If you can kite out the initial engage, the initial burst from JDG, that's where most of the punch with this composition's at. So they do manage to get out of there. Had there been an angle to re-engage, I think TS would have done great in a follow-up fight, but they decide, hey, we live to fight another day. We got our Horizon focus on Cream, so he's at 2 items. Jackie effectively on 3, but the fact of, having the Blood Song too, now Edge of Night, an opportunity there in pocket, so really making nice pace with the item advantages that they have over their opposing laners.
And the important thing about that Blood Song as well is it's, hang on a second, Kanabi, you're going real deep there. Railgun comes through and Cream finishes the kill. I mean, what? I don't know what he expected.
I don't either. And yeah, like you said, I mean, you always also have to think about and worry about Jackie Love's ult on top of it, just making it that much harder to find these picks that you're looking for. So another kill over to TES, 12-5. Again, this team really wanting to make their way to finals. Not only Cream's first MSI or international, right? It will be Cream's first LPL finals, which will be tremendous. You look across the board at these other guys, definitely not a first for the other 4 members of Top Esports. They've seen the heights that you could see in the LPL, but yeah, we're gonna get to see this again, Munch. And like you, I don't really know.
Okay, he was trying to get out of there, but then he did just kind of start the fight instead of running away. Could have moved over towards Rumble.
Maybe just thinking he has the timing, and right, Flandre being not too far behind, they could be able to find the 2v1, but they should know someone's pathing down to catch that wave that he's pushing in. And ends up just going down for it. Really has just been a stark difference in the jungle in this series. Hell, it happened in the last series too. It's really great to see Tien when he's on form.
Oh, Yagao gonna be caught out. Flashes away. The charm not used though. Cream holds it until the flash is gone. Even saves the Spirit Rush so he doesn't get stunned. Beautiful from Tien and Cream. Kanavi and Missing want to punish the pick. A TP though means they can't do squat. And Cream finds yet another. He's getting close to 10 stacks.
The only tragedy is that these kills are found on the bottom half of the map, because if not, right, maybe they could have turned this into a Baron bait, try and get a turn, try and get a huge fight. Luckily for them, Dragon coming up in 1 second, so they should be able to convert this at least into an objective. And now being on Soul Point, like, this is huge for TES.
I mean, just look at the scoreboard, man. There is a bounty on every single player for Top Esports. Even Senna has a bounty, for God's sake. Like, this
the
is
biggest
just
bounty.
Brutal. This is absolutely brutal. It looked so even to start off with. It doesn't feel that way anymore. Equalizer does absolutely nothing as Cream is now on a flank as well. Kadavi's already low. Ruler forced away. The Orb of Deception lands on the second dash, and Cream is just styling on JDG. The Railgun flies on through. Top Esports move to Baron.
And with the threat of that engage, Tien was doing Drake. He actually moved up, and they were banking on getting a kill or getting more kills so they can do this.
And now the Baron bait once more. Kanavi is alive, but he has no ult and he has no flash, so it's almost impossible for him to get a steal. 369 takes the blast cone as well to make sure there's no way in, but respecting what JDG are bringing to the table here, they back away from the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel like they necessarily have enough damage to really do it that quickly right now. They were just hoping to get the turn for a fight with only 1 member of JDG being down. So I think it was, you know, the right idea. Don't overcommit to the Baron, look for the turn. The angle wasn't there, as we saw 369 trying to find the flank. This does mean, though, that they've kind of just wasted this last minute. The straight could have already been taken, but hell, it looks like JDG accept and acknowledge that this is still Top Esports Dragon.
I mean, I'm enjoying watching the Cream Ari this game as well. I feel like these scraps have been looking real good for him. He's on 9 stacks on that Dark Seal. We'll see if he commits to the Medjais. This game could qualify him for his first ever finals. It could qualify Top Esports for their first ever MSI. And he is looking good on a playmaking champion. No more of the corky, no more of that kind of nonsense. Just straight up power on the side of Top Esports.
We're going to at least be able to keep tabs of where TES are going right now, and you can see Top Esports really wanting to be able to bait and play around this Baron again, because look at the minimap. The side waves already pushed out. Those are in order. Like, someone from JDG would need to go and catch those. Yeah. So Top Esports can keep playing the waiting game, re-clear out the vision, re-push out mid, and yeah, just kind of go for the rinse and repeat.
And one of the beautiful things for Top Esports is, oh, Arrow! It's going to be the Spirit Rush used, and in fact, they look at Flandre instead. Cream has 1 more charge, and Kanavi forced to ult out over towards Raptors. Honestly, it feels fairly neutral of a play, and Missing's ult, not that long of a cooldown.
I didn't see what it was that caught Flandre. I guess it would have had to be the root from Jackie Love, because Cream hadn't thrown his charm out yet. I did like the idea of, like, well, once you have to burn the Spirit Rush, just try and commit to find the all-in. Able to do so.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a flick back there, but it is just going to be Cream clearing the wave in the end. And another soul for Jackie Love. I've not seen his soul count recently, but I promise you it's looking pretty juicy at this point in the game. I'm guessing he's probably broached the 100 mark. In fact, yeah, 102. There you go on your screen right there at the bottom left. It's 15-5. It's 3,000 gold lead, almost 4. And Top Esports, again, return to controlling the Baron area. It's still 3 minutes until that next Drake comes up. And for Top Esports, you know, this is such an important game for them. Not just wanting to make it to internationals again, but wanting an opportunity to rematch BLG to try and win the LPL once more. They've been such a successful team in terms of being towards the top of the table. They haven't been that successful historically in actually winning the LPL. They want another shot at the title.
Yeah, for TES, right? I mean, hell, post 2020, it was looked at as, you know, it's going to be a few years of TES being there at the top. And again, they kept it close. They were able to get there many times, but like you're saying, not able to convert it. Right now, looking like they'll be able to head back there, but even then, sadly not able to convert the Game 5 against BLG. They wouldn't have even been here had they been able to do that. But now, with a different look, keeping 369 down towards bot, has TP to join in.
Arrow lands, but it's not really the best target. Flip back onto TN doesn't really matter. I mean, it just feels like it fizzles out, doesn't it? It doesn't feel like there's that much really coming out from JDG. That's them firing almost everything at the enemy. And nothing happened.
No. It's just so awkward, right? Because who really can safely walk up? No one. I mean, even Kanavi being on the Viego, if he goes too far forward and gets caught by something, they can just burst him down. Yagao!
Oh yeah, Gao's rooted the railgun in, and this could be everything Top Esports have been dreaming of. They're headed towards finals if they can finish this game. 2 picks come on through, and they barrel towards the mid lane. Tier 2 will be taken. Kanavi, Ruler, and Missing. They have to stop this Baron going down.
To see what they're able to do, because TES, very easy time, just head over there, but it's so awkward. Even like your AoE damage and your poke that could be there from the Taliyah or the Rumble,
Oh,
Missing.
Missing.
Do so.
Flash forced by Cream. Good Spirit Rush to get that cooldown out. Missing's ultimate is about to come off cooldown again. Cream saving that last charge. It's JDG. They move to the mid lane. The arrow just goes into the Baron pit. They'll get 1 tier 1 tower. It's in trade for Baron. Kanavi, can he make a miracle happen? I don't think so. Backs away. Top Esports take Baron.
Yeah, Top Esports now going to be able to reset, get on the map. Dragon's coming up in 40 seconds. And one thing Baron's going to be able to do is help you get that pressure to push in the waves and make sure JDG have no entry, but it's there. The root landing from Jackie Love, and then Tien able to follow it with the Wind Becomes Lightning. It's so easy for them to be able to run down this Rumble without his flash. And then I love the patience to just turn back around, go straight to the objective. And now, I mean, this could be the fight that decides it all.
Oh, Flandre is caught, and he's just not tanky. Cream resets on the Spirit Rush, looking for more as well. Kanavi caught with the charm. Can't quite finish that kill, but honestly, a chunk on the jungler, a kill on the top laner. What more could you ask?
Now they're going to be able to make their way over and get to Seoul. For TES, it has been over a year since they've made it to an LPL Finals. They were there in 2022, but 2023, it eluded them. And it's nice to see 18-5, Ocean Soul picked up, Baron in pocket. I mean, it is time for another Top Esports Finals.
And it feels like JDG, the 3-peat here in the LPL. They've won the last 3 LPL titles. And it seems that 369 will deny them. Returns to Top Esports after his vacation over on JDG, and now wins out the matchup, diving in the mid lane as the charm did land. The railgun doesn't quite land, but Ruler goes down anyway. It's Mako to find him, and Kanavi, he gets 1 reset, but that is all he will get. Top Esports break open the base.
And now we're going to see how much more they could get, actually leaning over towards bot side. They don't really have a whole lot to fear. JDG still going to have to be careful about a potential dive just coming right on out the bat.
Top Esports on the cusp. You know how keen they are for this. You know how much this means to the players. But can they put the final nail in JDG's coffin? This will be 2 inhibs taken. Jackie Love 5-0 and 11, setting up that previous pick as well. Having a statement game, not even on a traditional carry. He's been lane dominant all year and brings out the center in game 4 and looks phenomenal on the ping.
Yeah, he's been an absolute stud as TES. Right, they really don't have to reset for all that much. And now TP coming out from Cream.
forces Yagao's ultimate as well. It forces Flandre's ultimate. That's 2 huge ultimates down. I feel like the whole game, JDG's ultimates have been down every time they use them. The answer is just clean from Top Esports.
And we're going to see here, I mean, when becomes lightning connects, you have the Ocean Soul, you have enough to be able to force them back. And it's great to see the CC just keeps landing for TES. Continue, whether it's been the Charm or the root coming out from Jaculum. Sure, Cream goes down in the end, but yeah, it doesn't really feel like it changes anything for TES.
It certainly doesn't. This feels extremely one-sided at this point. And we're getting to the stage now where something's got to give. We're in miracle territory for JDG. You know, players like Yagao, we keep talking about the clutch potential, how he steps up for playoffs. Well, if you're going to step up, it's now or never. JDG now being sieged on the top side of the map as a third inhib could be opened wide by Top Esports. But I don't even know how a miracle could happen. How do you even start the fight?
There, Munch, the miracle is the fact that, you know, at least if JDG can't get the chance to go for a 4th title in a row, 369 can, right? 369 can go carry that torch because it looks insurmountable. Kanavi looking for the angle.
Oh, but he's gone too deep, and Cream immediately dives onto the rest of his team. It's as one-sided as you like, but Top Esports will be over the moon with this. It's a 3-1 in the end as they rout JDG. The rivalry lives on between these 2 legendary organizations, but this chapter is written in Top Esports Inc.
Top Esports just having such an incredible run in this playoffs. Again, 2 series in a row. They're able to completely take it to JDG, and JDG just had no answers.
369 will return to the finals. He will return to MSI, and he will attempt to defend his titles. The whole team of Top Esports stepping up this year and looking dominant as they make finals once again.
Again, a lot of people look at JDG's success last year. They credit it tonight with how the swamp has ended up going. But 369, the guy who really deserves a lot of the praise, even if the playstyle wasn't necessarily through him at the time. Because again, the streak even started before Knight made his way to JDG. It started the year when 369 went, now comes back to TES, and the fact that he gets to go, trying to win another LPL in a row is just tremendous. Like you said, all of Top Esports stepping up throughout this playoffs. It's been a pleasure to see them play League of Legends.
It's absolutely beautiful to witness, isn't it? 369, what a guy. One of the greatest players in the history of the LPL.
Bought me a yacht.
Say that again, sorry?
I said he bought me a yacht. You know, great guy. I know a few people. He bought some cars. Like a lot of good things about 369.
Yeah, lent me his Lamborghini because he had to go and save the orphanage, all that good stuff.
Maybe the wrong time for a joke, but
yeah, I don't know. Either way, Cream though on the other side. Oh, Ruler.
Oh, it's so
it breaks my
devastating.
heart.
I mean, it's just rough, right, for the top teams in the LPL. We've said it all year long. The top 3 teams have been so incredibly close. You can send any of them to an international, and there's a chance that they can take home that trophy, right? So, sadly for JDG, gonna have to wait till summer, wait till Worlds, where there's a heavy expectation that they're gonna be there too.
Devastating for JDG, but elation on the faces of Top Esports. And I just have to say it, Cream, he's made it to an LPL finals. He's made it to an international tournament. Everyone's been talking about this player for the last couple of years. He has been a rising star, and it feels like we have been able to witness for ourselves this meteoric rise. Now he makes it to a finals. What a glorious moment in his career. Thank you so much for joining us for the cast. We're going to kick it now over to the lounge to break down that game number 4 and maybe talk a little bit about finals as well.
Dynasties rise and fall, and with this one, Top Esports are putting themselves on track of potentially being one, securing themselves not only their first spot at MSI and an international, but also a spot in the grand finals, once again facing off against BLG. But JDG, with this one, unfortunately, they will not have the chance to defend themselves internationally. Their title will go somewhere else, but we highlighted how LPL is always so dominant on the international stage, and this could be it.
Specifically the MSI stage as well, right? I think like in terms of Worlds, we've had some back and forth. And, you know, top esports, this isn't the first time they've gone international, but it's the first time they've been to a mid-season invitational. Yes, I know MSC was technically a thing, Munch called that out, but this kind of prestigious event, which has really been the stomping grounds of the LPL, it'll be great to see them there. Fantastic players here as well. And now we have at least, well, we have 2 returning players from the JDG team that won MSI last year, returning to defend their title in Knight and 369.
I wanted to say it's absolutely gutting that JDG will not be there to defend their title. However, 2 of their ex-players will be there. Of course, commiserations to JDG. I feel like everyone's heart broke with Ruler walking on stage, you know, bawling his eyes out. It means so much to him. Unfortunately, he did not manage to get the playoffs that he envisioned that he was going to have. But again, for top esports, that was the bare minimum that the org expected, the players expected with this particular roster, and finally they've made it.
And, you know, I think particularly for JDG, you know, they just in regular season, they ended up beating top esports just before they finished things out. That was a big moment for them. They couldn't sadly overcome them in playoffs though, and that's a big thing. You know, this is a team that was looking for a 4-peat in the LPL of all regions as well. You know, it's hard to do that anyway, but also, of course, you know, in here it's just, again, just a really huge accolade. This split, though, this year has been very difficult for them. They've parted way with 2 of the most valuable solo laners in the entire league, in Knight and 369, arguably best in role there. And I think that, you know, also with all the changes coming through in the backroom staff, we saw Mafa come in as the 3P LCK coach. He stepped back as well due to health reasons. This whole team has gone through a big shift. They couldn't quite match the ferocity they've had in previous years.
Yeah, when we're looking particularly at this game as well in terms of how it went, it felt like Top Esports had a very good grip on this game starting off. I mean, the series, particularly in general from the side of Top Esports, has been phenomenal. But looking at the goal difference over time, I mean, this is a graph that we're seeing time and time again from both of these teams, to be fair, but specifically so from Top Esports, because you're looking at that gold over time and they are continuously ahead and keeping their leads under lock and key.
I feel like we kept criticizing the drafts on the side of JDG, but looking at this one, they just completely shifted it 180. It was full kill lanes, full push lanes on every single one, and it just felt like in terms of execution, it was much easier to try and find an angle for a team fight. Whilst for the other side, for Top Esports, it was the front to back. It was the Senna that Jakilov and Meiko made a name for themselves earlier on in this split as well. So I feel like when it came to Top Esports, just lane swapped away from the kill lane and then just snowballed through team fights.
Yeah, I think I really agree in terms of the easy execute lanes. I think, though, the team fights we saw later as it went on, actually, the angles got really hard because as a 5-man unit, great angles, doing that into a Tom Kench, the Shin Sawol, and everything else, it became increasingly harder, and we saw as things went on. JDG, they really tried to use Missing's Ash, a legendary pick in himself. They just couldn't finish that first kill, and Top Esports, they just ran away with the fights.
Yeah, they have, and that's exactly something that we commended JDG on, particularly in terms of that team fighting, in terms of fights always playing out in their favor, them always finding the angles and the engages or the disengages even needed to be. But this time around, it is Top Esports that has shown up, and Top Esports has been in such a phenomenal form. This is absolutely deserved.
Oh, hugely so. I mean, I think Top Esports coming into this year, huge expectations on them. I think, credit to Munchables. He thought this team would be top 2. I think I even had them winning the whole lead, actually. I'm trying to remember if he was bold enough to...
I mean, now they can?
Well, now they can, but I think if you go back to the start of the year, we knew that they'd be a top team, but the thing is that we kind of thought they'd be a top team last year in 2023 when they had Rookie on the roster as well. They couldn't make that work. This has already been a marked upgrade from last year. They will get themselves to an international event, and I'm sure there are a lot of international fans of Top Esports from their previous international performances as well, which will be very excited to see them there.
Yeah, absolutely something to look forward to. JDG with that secured themselves a 3rd spot here at the LPL. Not necessarily a 4-peat, but still a very great performance from them as well, and something to be proud of. Even so, but I want to look at Top Esports now due to the fact that we're going to be seeing them going up against BLG once again. We've already seen this matchup earlier this week, and that is also something to be excited for, because when we're looking at Top Esports today, that creativity, that trying to throw curveballs, trying to swap it up a little bit, it was still there.
I feel like when you look at the LPL and the playoffs in general, you have a lot of repeat matchups where a lot of teams can learn a lot from. Now, the JDG versus Top Esports, I said it earlier on, this could have very easily have been a 3-0 again for Top Esports. It felt like JDG could not crack the code. However, the BLG versus Top Esports series was so close to being Top Esports favored. I feel like for Top Esports, they could not necessarily crack the Kalista code on the side of BLG. However, going back into this, I think that might be a target for them.
And the thing is, though, like in terms of the Callistico, this is why I think that it might not be as close, because they can't do that on Red's side. Because what we've seen effectively from Top Esports versus BLG is that they can start banning out the lane dominant carries from both sides, which of course, it feels like BLG and particularly Elk, who has massively stepped up in regards to even just a couple of years ago. I think last year was a step up from Elk and On as a duo. I think now they are, in a lot of ways, contesting to be very best in the league. Of course, you're always going to be contesting to be best in the league if you're going to be up in finals at that point. But if on Red side, they can't stop Elk and On getting stuff like the Callista, the Varus and stuff like that, which they have just consistently beat them with, I don't see how this finals changes. That has to be the big change for me.
Yeah, that's something to look forward to, because that's not until next week. We still have a couple of days, and the teams also
They've
have
got a week to prepare about the
They've got some
Callista.
time to prepare, yeah, which is not necessarily the case so when we're looking at the teams in the LPL, because you've got a game after game after game. But when it comes to MVP, particularly for this game, I know for the series we've highlighted 369 quite a lot, but would we say that for this game particularly that is going to continue to be the case? Absolutely not, because Jackie Love on the stand-up performance, especially the fight around Dragon, gorgeous.
Can I just say, Senna is not meant to be like this close in gold to someone who's actually farming in terms of gold difference. I was like, oh, he's down gold. Wait, hang on, he's on a Senna. He's meant to be down in gold. That's meant to be like a couple of thousand or whatever. He's actually equal in terms of gold there. And it really does feel like Jackie Love has been such a stellar AD carry. I think for me, across the entire series, I think Tien walks away with my series MVP unofficially. I think,
Same!
I think this guy was so critical to how they played out the early game. I think again in this one with the lane swap, he caught out Kanavi at different points. And, I think that over regular season and the course of the whole split, Kanavi is my like jungle MVP, jungle first team or whatever. But I think that in this series today and in the last series as well, I think that Tien on the whole has outperformed him.
Yeah, Tien was a monster. He literally ate him alive in terms of pathing, in terms of fighting the ganks, in terms of fighting the side lane pressure, in terms of fighting the front to back, in terms of fighting the flanks. I feel like individually on every checkbox, Tien was ahead of the play every single time, which breaks my heart a little bit as a Kanavi fan. But Tien, as a world champion coming into this,
yeah, but as well, taking ourselves back down to memory lane in terms of how this game went. Let's start with the game one and the highlights that we have available in terms of that one was such a dominant performance from Top Esports as well.
And I think, Top Esports, they have done their homework so magnificently. It feels like they're just a step ahead in terms of draft, in terms of the way to play the map, and particularly in terms of macro. Even compared to teams like BLG, it feels like they're playing well around the top side of the map, even when they have the options to, but they're not forcing themselves to play on the top side of the map. They're versatile. They are dangerous at all points in the game.
I feel like this is the dangerous point about Top Esports. The fact that you mentioned that they're a multi-lane threat right here. We saw Tien choose to play towards the top side of the map. We saw Tien choosing to play towards the bot side of the map. Now that was the game that we said, hey, this will push us to match point. This could be a 3-0 series. Yeah. Magnificent team fighting again from JDG. I think that was one of the glimpses that we wanted to see throughout the entire series. Didn't quite necessarily happen, but it did push us to one extra game. And at least we get to see how incredibly well JDG can team fight once they're gelled together.
Yeah, and this is the sad reality of LPL, is that we have so many great teams and players. You have to say goodbye to a load of them. JDG, they're a team which I have absolutely loved watching and covering over the last year and a half in my own tenure here, but even watching them just before that as well. There are so many great players here which deserve to be really put up into their own Hall of Fame. But, on the other side, Toppies, they were very much the better team today. I'm very happy they're going forwards. They absolutely deserve the MSI performance. I think particularly Tien and 369 for me are game-changing players in their own rights. They're very versatile. They will play whatever champions you need them to. I think that's probably a hallmark we're going to say about this entire team across the entirety of the members and the way that they play.
Here's the fun part. Let me introduce you to Jackie Love's stream, because this is exactly what the last game was. It was Jackie Love, start to finish. I feel like the way he spaces this particular fight, the way he dips back into Fog of War to not be the target, it's just absolutely immaculate gameplay on a champion that, even though he's had such great success with you kind of like connecting to like the Viruses, the Lucians, the Kaisers.
Hey, we did say he could pull it out today.
Exactly. It's like all of these super aggro, I'm going to fight you early on champions, and then he slams the Sen, and this year he's been absolutely impeccable and throughout his career on the champion by far.
Yeah, but either way, he played the Senna very aggressively as well. So it kind of like fits into that, it might not be necessarily an aggressive champion, but it doesn't matter because he will make it an aggressive champion.
Copy the homework, but do it your own.
Yeah, just like kind of copy yours, but like, they'll make it look identical. That's exactly what we've done. But in terms of how today played out, I think coming into this, we were expecting a 5-game series. And you mentioned it, Georgia. It could have been a 3-0, but it wasn't. It was a 3-1. JDG did give themselves a fighting chance, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. And it felt like that one game that JDG was able to secure, it wasn't necessarily because of incredible plays that they have done, but rather punishing a mistake from the side of Top Esport.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like
Konami's kick was pretty good.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
they had one fight.
Okay, across the
one
whole
fight.
game, no, but like there's one in there. At
There's
least
one in
one.
there.
Okay, we'll give them the one. However, I feel like a player that has gone unnoticed that we wanted to highlight, and you particularly, Namera, throughout the entire series, has been Cream. Because every single time, I would co-stream LPL, everyone would be like, isn't this the assassin player that only plays Akali and Sylas? And then he throws out Karmas and Hueys, and he's been impeccable.
Let us talk about Cream, because I've watched this guy play for now a number of years, and welcome to the lactose tolerance club, everyone. We've made a mage player out of him. This guy used to be the assassin only player before 2024 and kind of halfway through last year. This guy was known to be the guy that you never wanted to see on your Syndras or your Victors and stuff like that. He was consistently making plays which were not winning the game. Now this year he has absolutely stepped up, and as the one player which hasn't made international tournaments before in his whole career, I think this is great. The fact that he's done it as a well-rounded player while still having the stuff like the Akali in the back pocket makes me excited for this player. He might not be my series MVP, but he's definitely a massive development prospect.
Oh, don't you worry. Remember, though, it's like a slide ban. Akali, not nerf, buff. Akali is getting buffed.
With 30
for
HP.
For MSI.
Yay.
30 HP is 30 HP, We take those.
Yeah, it's definitely going to make a world of difference, right? So much. Oh, absolutely. But in terms of how today went in general, I think expectations that we certainly had might not have necessarily been met from the side of JDG in terms of pushing this all the way to 5 games. But Top Esport, they have exceeded these expectations. Coming into this, we said it's a team that likes creativity. It's a team that likes to change things up. They're a little curveball here and there. And we've seen that. The Urgot, particularly in the first few games, JDG didn't necessarily have an answer to that. And as a result, we end up with a 3-1 day.
Yeah, and I think I walk away from this series, if anything, even more confident in Top Esports.
Yeah,
I think that the important thing when we see things kind of as a trend back-to-back in series is that it is a trend. It's not a flash in the pan. I think that macro remains to be, particularly in mid-game, the best in the league. I think there's a caveat on that, because I really love the macro that BLG used, particularly on their long-range pick compositions, like we saw in Game 1 of their series versus Top Esports, where they just keep going in with Vi's and Camille's and stuff. Well, they're never getting Ari, but if they had Ari, it'd be there as well. But I think that when the game slows down just a hair, when it's a bit more about a bit more of the long-range backline carries as well, I think that Top Esports have found their ways to really just demolish the map, and I really want to see if they can use that to make it a great finals as well.
And I feel like when you go into a repeat series and you're trying to drag all the information out of the first one on what made you lose, what makes your opponent weak, what makes you win through the map, I think you take a lot to learn out of this particular series for Top Esports, because they adapted. JDG did try different things than they did over in the first series, and Top Esports did so well playing around those. I don't think we've seen like a Sen and Tam Kent's lane swapping before. However, they did it. They wanted to evade that kill bot lane, and they're like, hey, we might fall behind because we don't take towers as fast. However, we don't die in the early game, and that's so important. Like, things like this are to take away going into the BLG series.
Yeah, particularly as well, looking at the bracket, just to have a reminder in terms of how exactly we got here, and that's the fact that, yes, Top Esports did get knocked into this lower bracket as a result of BLG, but now they get to see them once again in the grand
revenge time,
final.
baby.
Yeah, I mean, you get a chance, right, this time around, but with JDG as well losing here to Top Esports, it does mean that they are out. They have solidified third place here in the LPL Spring Playoffs of 2024, but BLG and Top Esports, that's the only game remaining.
It's such a long playoffs in regards to like how many games that we play, but I absolutely love this time of the year, seeing so many best of fives between teams just trying to climb that step further. And BLG find themselves in a second finals. This team was a team that was an upstart team this time last year. They are now the favorites. They have never been that before. They have tried to bring back massive players to give themselves that sense of real pedigree. They have built their own pedigree now, and now with bringing Knight into the roster, this team is so exciting to watch. I expect it to be a great series.
Absolutely, and fellas, 15-1 for BLG. They've lost once. to IG. It was
Hey,
a day.
don't talk down to my Invictus Giant Slayers,
Hey,
thank you.
I'm sorry, but still, no top team of the table has been able to take down BLG. Top esports got close, but they couldn't close it out. And it doesn't matter how close you get to beating BLG. At the end of the day, if you cannot close the deal, I'll just take it all.
Maybe they want to go to MSI and change what happened in 2023 instead of
Change the narrative.
Yeah, second
Well,
they want to get first.
I'm just gonna say it this time, right? Last time was JDG keep gatekeeping them. It was Knight gatekeeping them. We said that. No, top esports JDG
You can't
all
beat
about
them.
369. Now we get to have a really great viewpoint in this. Was it 369 the difference maker? Was it Knight the difference maker? Both against each other. Love to see it.
Yeah, if you can't beat them, join them. That's what they say, right? But thank you guys so much for joining me for today on the analyst
thank you.
area. Thank you guys as well at home for tuning in. Really do appreciate it. We're going to be back again next week, Saturday. That is Saturday. That is like 6 days from now, not 7, not exactly a week, but just 6 days. And we will be the final major region to do a big final here. We have BLG that are going to be going up against Top Esports. You do not want to miss it. Mark it down on your calendars. We're also going to know exactly how MSI is going to be playing out. So that's something to be interested and looking forward to as well. I hope you guys take really good care of yourselves. We'll see you in 6 days.涙よ星に瞬きを伝えて守るものがあるからきっと強くなれる語るべき言葉なくした星の守りでは時の果て夢の果て闇に立ちすくんだ風を呼んで